Since you were handstanding in the clothes rack and now you clip through the floor and you're dead.
Yeah, that's what happens. I forgot he clipped through the floor. Shit. Fuck. How do I unretcon that?
But is there a basement?
I don't know. He probably took fall damage. I don't know. It's bad.
He's been constantly taking crushing damage.
I'll let him introduce himself. He just has like negative like summon infinity damage.
Nice.
So, last time we left off, my session was a rather strange one yesterday. It started off rather peaceful. Everyone had kind of a little training expedition. Mimi came over at around 4 in the morning. Roon refused to wake up because Roon. And after a little bit of training, Mimi introduced a little bit of exercise, pushed this idea of blade wielding onto Mizell, Ra, and Alan. After this, the training happened. We fast forwarded 4 hours, and it's about time when Roon wakes up. You guys woke up and trained outside, and Alan began to develop his powers into a little bit mind shit. Mizell had a rather jarring conversation with Kingslayer. Roon also had a similar interaction with Bile, and Ra in particular had his mind scrambled by Alan. After the sequence of events, Alan is uncovering a strange ability, one that's it's not exactly clear what it does. Alan probably has a big idea, but I'm too sure of one. At the end of the session, Soph was wide-eyed sleeping, open-eyed sleeping. T clipped through the floor. Bio seemed to have made a ruckus off in the distance, and Roon followed, leaving the safety of the home. Meanwhile, Mizell and Ra decided to venture together into Mizell's mind and truly see if they can prove Kingslayer wrong. Alan found the unconscious body of Mizell and Ra together, holding hands, and was in a rather distraught space. Within the mind space, Mizell and Ra were confronted by the malicious version of Mizell, wielding not just the Malice dagger, but Kingslayer as well. So on this note, firstly, T, you can reintroduce yourself somehow?
Yep. So T is just going to actually, where is everyone? Like, this house got a bit of a facelift, it looks like.
So,
what's
there's
this room?
really no big changes. The wolf room is now a study/rec room.
Okay.
And no longer unsafe. And, this is just, rafters/attic space above the second floor.
Okay. So I'm just going...
Other than that, nothing's different from the last time you were here when torture table went through ceiling.
I'm just going to kind of materialize in front of the study doorway.
Oh my god.
Slowly appearing.
At least he's not climbing through a window.
Yeah, and I'm going to mutter.
He just climbs through the floor.
Sake. I just appear, do you all remember that time we got transported to a parallel dimension?
As you enter the room, you just look over, you see a crying child holding two unconscious bodies. Great entrance.
He ain't crying, he's worried. He's grown out of that. Just kidding.
Are they snapping? Or what's going on here?
Oh, T! Where have you been?
Remember how we ended up in a mirror dimension a while back?
That was way back? Like a day ago? Where have you been?
Yep, I managed to somehow get stuck in a different one. Although this one was nice. Blood March was a nice town,
Uh,
and we had a fantastic economy. It was truly, it was everything of my wildest dreams. But I still missed you all, so I tried to find my way back. Safe to say I finally found it.
I. He just looks so confused by that. Okay, well, no, you can tell me later where you've been, but, I just, well, Rune asked me to come find my Zell, and, I mean, I found them like this just moments ago, but every time I shake my Zell, she won't wake. But I don't, he's trying to think, like, he's seen this before, right? When they've jumped mines and whatnot before.
Many times.
Yeah.
So, like, I think I know that, right? Is there anything I can roll to, like, infer that that is indeed what is happening?
I'm pretty sure you just have seen it before, so you wouldn't need to roll.
Yes, I'm just thinking, well, it looks like someone made a visit to a mine space.
Yeah, but you know that usually happens when something serious goes on, so I'm really worried.
Is there someone who else is in the house right now?
Saflarian is in the kitchen, and Rune said she was gonna be outside for a bit.
Okay. And I'll ask Sath if he knows what's happening. And they begin to walk out.
Okay, I'll stay here with them.
I'm just gonna kind of step up behind Sath, tap him on the shoulder. Miss me?
He kind of shakes his head for a moment, almost like he's snapping out of something. You were gone?
Yes, I was. And I missed your cooking.
Well, he kind of gestures towards the stove. I assume there's still some food in there. Right?
There's like scraps. Like if you scoop it together, you might get half of a child's bowl, maybe.
Yeah,
Enough to be a ration. No.
I'll check for it later.
Still some
Right
there.
now, we might have more problems. Do you know why my Zell and Ra are passed out in the other room?
Nope.
Which is
I don't
apparently a
know.
study
They are
now.
passed out?
Yes.
Oh. It is
Would you
beyond my
mind?
expertise.
Would you mind coming with me, seeing if you can figure out what's wrong?
I can look. I cannot promise anything. But I can look.
Right. I'll take that.
He kind of
Starts walking towards the study,
Saf kind of does so as well.
going through the doorway. By the way, I love what you guys did with this place.
Call it a friend's help.
It's funny because the floor is all trashed up and shit.
Just another day in Blood March.
Die. Anyways,
Yeah.
go on,
He
Alan.
did.
Oh, Alan. Sorry, what?
He did in a stove because Andy told the Caleb voice to die.
I mean, no, he didn't tell it to die. I just was like, oh, look, perfect hiding spot.
No. Andy told you to die for using that voice, so I was just saying he already did. In a stove.
Role play.
Alan looked back when he heard the door open to see T and Saflarian coming in, and he's like, I found them like this a few moments ago.
Saf kind of walks up. Do you know what is wrong?
I think my cell had jumping in your mind. You know that mind jump thing she does.
Unfortunately, yes, I am familiar.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what's going on. She isn't waking up when I shook her.
He kind of moves closer. Do you know where Rune is? She's usually the one to take care of this.
He shakes his head. I saw her out. Well, we spoke outside, and she told me she was gonna stay out there for a bit, and asked me to go inside to look for Myzel.
Oh, very well. He kind of moves forward up to the two of them. He's gonna kind of bend down and check him out. Can I tell what's wrong?
Go ahead and roll a. What would this be? It's so thorough, it's gonna have to be an investigation check.
Nice. Did it roll or not? Can't. Roll 20 lagging room? Hell yeah. 26.
Yeah, you've seen, or you might have. I don't remember. But based on this face right here, their bodies are perfectly healthy. Like they're in a state where their bodies will survive, well, as long as they get sufficient food. But their minds are blank. It's just that their bodies just breathe naturally. Raw's breath is a lot more slow and unnoticed. But that's just his natural training.
I kind of look down at them. Look back over to Alan. If you continue to give them food, they will survive.
Wait, can you repeat that?
If you continue to feed them, they will not die.
Yeah, sure, but last time I checked the counter, all I found was a question mark, and it said only accessed by Raw.
Well, I cannot exactly give you good information on this, but I can tell you that they will require food at some point. I can also tell you that I have no way of helping you beyond that.
I understand. Room wanted to look for food earlier. Maybe, maybe I should go help her with that.
Saf kind of looks over the scene here. He's gonna look back and forth between Ra and Myzel, like he's playing a game of eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna have one of the chains kind of slink out of his back and attach to Ra. And just see if he can glean any kind of distress or danger or anything like that from something like that.
As you kind of do so, the chain kind of slithers outwards. And as you do so, the chain kind of slithers around. There's a disobedience to it that you didn't expect, but eventually does complete the action. It goes ahead and sinks into the back of Ra. He's kind of just it enters his body and soul. You're just fishing around. So far, it's nothing of particular pain from a physical standpoint yet. However, it seems whatever the situation is, your chains have a vague connection with it. And for Ra in particular, there's a sense of extreme caution. There seems to be a dread to him.
Kind of retract the chain, disconnecting it. He's cautious and being very careful with what he does, but this is not abnormal for him.
So there is something happening. Knew it.
Would it be that way? Yes.
God damn it, Alan's adorable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, he's gonna turn away from the two bodies on the floor. I would recommend, if anyone is to stay here, that it be you, Alan. As he walks towards the door, I do believe that I am best used elsewhere.
Okay, if that's what you think. I'll take care of them.
I figured. I do believe that a friend in Grun is likely to need my assistance more.
He strangely takes that as something he should be worried about.
Saf's not looking at you, so he doesn't catch that.
Okay, take care of her.
I have to find her first, but that is the goal. With that, he kind of walks out of the door to the other door to exit the house. He kind of pauses for a moment, runs his hand through his hair to make sure that the cards are still there.
You feel them, both of them.
I kind of look up at the kind of space around me. Hopefully this is the correct direction. And I'm gonna...
As you kind of say that, there's this strange feeling in your hair. Like something is mildly tickling it. Almost as if it's responding. Not directly, or enough to give any information. It's a movement, though.
You just kind of open the door and step outside.
You do so.
Gonna try to do my best to determine whatever direction Rune left in.
Go ahead and either roll me a survival or intelligence check. Either or.
Hell yes.
You take a
There's
second
the
to
3.
you take a second to gauge. Okay, what possible shit would Rune get herself in at this point? And your mind immediately goes to, okay, what's the most dangerous plausible thing that happened in the vicinity? Then you think about yourself, okay, you deductive reasoning, you go down the ladder. I heard noises. Sounded like explosions, but there's no way she... Fuck.
I'm just gonna look into the sky. I know which direction the explosions came from earlier, right?
From your perspective, you were in the house when most of them were happening, but you are able to gauge a direction. More like a really, really vague direction. Like a general... It was towards the east. Or, well... I guess west, because that's which way Katie went. Lol.
Lol. Okay. I'm gonna then just kind of scan the rooftops that would be immediately in front of me, just to make sure there's no one there that could be dangerous.
As you kind of do so, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Perception. That's what I like to see.
As you kind of peer around directly, you land on the rooftops, and as you peer around, the people downstairs on the first floor, you hear a little creak at the very top of the house. So after you peer around, you see in the far, far distance, it's strange. They're not directly close to you. There is another creature sitting on a nearby rooftop, several 100 feet away. But you notice his figure. He's completely shadowed. Most of him is basked in this darkness. But he has this strange red adorned black gray mask on. What's stranger is that there are attached to his wrist these strange tendrils. As you peer forward a little bit more, they're metallic, with spaces in between the links. Not tendrils, but chains.
Look at all similar to the cat I saw upstairs earlier.
The what?
The cat that was Bile's, was representing Bile.
No, that part is a no. This is a completely separate entity. It's just in the distance.
Looking at me or looking elsewhere?
It's not. It doesn't even know your presence. It's more just looking down. Whatever is below the house is just staring at the ground. More in a pondering, perceptive state.
Cool. I'm gonna burst out my wings and then fly towards it, trying to avoid it if possible.
Cool. You sprout up your wings, and as you lift off, the people on the first floor hear another eh, as you kind of put that little pressure against the wood of the roof. As you bolt off in the direction, go ahead and roll another perception check.
Perception.
Katie, are you choosing to stealth at this point?
Stealth? No.
Cool.
10.
I'll
Hell.
give you advantage on this because you have an aerial view.
That juicy +1 perception hurts my soul.
Ooh.
Wow!
10 it is, boys.
As you peer around at this point, chasing after wherever room might be, you do like quick successive scoutings, recon in the air. As you're peering around, you see that in the far distance, there is seemingly a lot of devastation towards that direction. As you peer around, you go from rooftop to rooftop, checking alleyways, whichever would be an ideal way to stealth through the city of Bloodmarch. But then as you kind of peer around, your eye catches familiar colors. Look over towards Rune, who's taking an obvious main street walkway. Not even taking the time to hide herself in between alleyways or shortcuts.
I'm gonna move full speed to try and catch up to her if possible.
You do
And
so.
I'm gonna keep some distance and stay on the rooftops.
You continue as you fly forward. You continue chase and pursuit from rooftop to rooftop. Are you trying to stealth from her?
Yeah, I think I am.
Cool. Go ahead and roll me a stealth. Katie, go ahead and roll me perception.
Okay.
That's not creepy.
Cool. Damn. Where's that advantage? As you kind of are continue walking room, chasing after whatever's you saw peer back at you. South, you land relatively close, about 3 rooftops over, with relative ease. About 3 buildings spanning between you guys, but that's a quick, fast, and swift dash forward for you. As you kind of just like stalk along. What were you doing? What were you thinking as you were walking along the open main street paths of Bloodmarch?
I'm trying to following that figure I was chasing after.
You do so, and you continue forward, just walking past. The figure, every now and then, every step you take forward, the figure periodically steals peripheral glances towards you.
Bio.
There's this silence. The head kind of swivels over towards you. It tilts its head over to the side, rotates it about 15 degrees, similar to Mizell.
Where are you going? What are you doing?
You see the figure in the distance. Not really figure, but the presence. You feel it stand. It's a rather large creature if it's not slumped over. It turns back towards you. I'm just spending time. Nothing else to do.
Oh, you said you were shopping. Did you find anything?
You see the figure begin to ponder. No, all's the same in Blood March. All's the same as the first day I was here.
Well, it came out here because, well, we're low on food, and I thought since you were out here, maybe you could help me get to shopping for food.
The presence turns its head back towards you. You do understand the definition of shopping in Blood March, do you not?
Yes.
And as the person you are, it is within your conscience to ask me to help, knowing what it entails.
Oh, I have to do it eventually. That's if we're gonna stay here. It's gonna happen.
You're considering staying?
Oh, I don't know where else to go.
The figure is turning. Is confused. Blood March isn't a place for someone like you.
Oh, if everyone wants to leave, then we'll leave. But until then, we need food now.
The figure at this point turns back towards you. Are you willing to eat?
Willing to eat?
You have a sister, the pink one. Are you willing to eat like her?
No, not people. No, it's just people eat something to survive, like food, water. They have resources.
Are you asking me to fetch?
No, I'm asking for help.
Assistance in what?
Help me get these resources, and I know that in turn means to fight.
Wow. You've been practicing the blade.
success on practicing, but Ra's not gonna help me. So maybe I'll learn from experience, or someone else, or maybe if you're willing, maybe you can help with that.
There's a pause. The strangest thing is that you don't run away, knowing very well that I killed Mother.
You did. But I believe that people do a lot of things that they're not proud of.
As I reiterated, I am not people. I'm a weapon.
You still have feelings, Bio.
No,
You still have feelings, Bio. You get mad, you get irritated, you get bored. You have
Yes.
enjoyment, and to say that you don't have feelings, that's a lie.
Even an animal gets angry.
Animals have feelings, but weapons do not. You're not a weapon, Bio.
At this point, the figure just kind of stands in the distance. You hear it sit down. I'll wait.
You'll wait?
The presence has stopped moving. I'll wait. Meanwhile, someone's following you.
She looks around.
Perception.
Perception.
Do I hear Bile say that?
Bio is not vocal, it's always telepathic, unless you have someone to
Nope.
hear
Thank
telepathy.
you.
Nope.
Another.
Yeah,
Do I
for the
roll stealth again?
no. For the most part, when you could swear that there's something nearby. Something that gives you a sense of ease. Something that reminds you of home. Someone you've talked to maybe, not sure. It's a weird feeling. It's like that feeling that someone's following you when you're just kind of walking down the street. And every time you turn back, there's no one actually there. Except, you don't actually feel threatened, but you definitely feel a bit uncomfortable because the presence isn't there. Or at least you can't see it.
She just. Yeah, she looks around more, and then she kind of just. Kind of like walks towards Bio, but like backwards, but still like trying to keep a lookout in a way. After like a few seconds of not seeing anything, she's going to like approach Bio. She's gonna turn face Bio and approach him. The
You would
figure.
see this maneuver, Sam.
Would I be able to interpret that this is Bile? Is that
What do you
obvious?
mean?
Well, there is a physical manifestation of bile, right?
There is one, but you've seen it, but it's not in the vicinity. It's more in the far off distance.
Gotcha. I'm just gonna keep following, keeping my distance.
Cool. In a second, head downstairs. Cool. So I no longer have access to my token and shit. So
I
Look at all the arts.
So as you kind of continue heading out at this point, you move across the streets, and as you do so, there's this somber silence. You finally reach an area where, after about a 5-10 minutes walk in this direction, you start to reach this area that is cataclysmically destroyed. There are sparks of magic around, and there are bodies severed in half. A line of just dead individuals littered across the street like trash.
Um, um, uh, do they have anything on them? Mm.
Loot the bodies. Investigation check. You're gonna have to tell me the score.
28.
God damn. You're gonna take the time to kind of slow down. You instinctively gulp at the sight of all of this. You look at the small little puddles of dried blood on the floor. You look around. You head over to the nearest kind of body pile. You kind of look at this. It's an individual. He's not clad in heavy armor. He's wearing leather, and he has a relatively his hair tied into a ponytail, short one. He has long, slick gray hair. He looks around 60 or so, 70 or so years old. He's human. You kind of reach down, and as you kind of do so, you just feel this sense of unease. What would you like to do?
So, there's nothing on the.
Oh no, it's more like you're about to start the process of looking through the body, but as you kind of reach towards it, there's this sense of malice there, and you're not sure how to interpret.
Like similar to Myzel's, you know?
Not exactly like a genuine. It's literally malice that would attack you. It's more it's an uneasy gut feeling.
Yeah, she kind of stops and like puts her hand over her heart. Uh, um, um, she looks at the figure of Bio. um, er, well, how are you feeling, Bio? Do you
It's
enjoy? Yes.
It's not really about enjoyment. It's the only thing I know how to do.
Um,
Why?
you, you don't have to just do this. You can. I mean, if you're doing it for necessity, like to survive or to protect yourself, then yes, but to attack for no reason.
The presence in the far distance, now that you're a lot closer, your connection to it, your ability to detect it, is heightened slightly. This figure does have a fifth limb. Seems to be a tail that just kind of whips around curiously. It's kind of just getting a little bit closer, more so, more so. No, it's not a necessity. It's more. It's everything that I am. If I don't do it, what was I really created for?
Well, you. No one really has a stagnant purpose. Like, you can do other things.
At this point, Saf, go ahead. Saf and Katie, go ahead. Saf and Room, go ahead. Roll me perception checks.
Mhm.
Perception. Is mine at disadvantage because I'm farther away, or?
Yours would be, but you have an aerial view because you're on rooftops.
No. 3.
Katie,
Katie's was 21.
cool. At this point, as you kind of up on the rooftops, you're on one that gives you a disadvantaged angle. It periodic. The only thing you're trying to focus on is Rune, as you're just kind of watching for anything in the vicinity. Rune, at this point, as you kind of begin your soft walk towards Bio again, you feel movement behind you that instinctively makes you jump. As you peer back behind you, there's just the body on the floor. Strange.
What's that?
Go ahead and roll a history check.
21?
You haven't spent enough time, but as you kind of peered around, little time you spent hovering over the body, you look around and peer at it from this angle. You just keep your distance. You look at each of the appendages of it kind of sprawled about, and you discover most of the body is kind of intact. You're not exactly sure where the wound is. And maybe it's just a you thing? The arm, the left one, seemed to have moved a little bit closer towards its side. But you could just be seeing things.
Do you know this is Bio? As she points at the body.
At this point, the presence in the distance looks over towards you, and then your right eye briefly gives vision to Bio, and the eye sinks away. No, I didn't kill him.
This wasn't you?
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna, I guess. Like, I thought I saw it moving, but when I look at it, it's not.
It's more that it could have shifted, but you're not sure.
She's going to approach it cautiously and, I guess, check for a pulse.
You continue at this point. You kind of get closer towards it. Once you're about 5 feet, 10 feet away from the body, you feel that gut feeling sinking again. It's like walking in the middle of the night and you approach an alleyway. And the mystery and the unknown just grabs your gut. I'm not sure. Saf, at this point, you see
Shaking
Rune
a bit.
kind of readjust and begin to walk backwards, which sends you rather into a sense of peculiarity. Go ahead and roll a secondary perception check.
Okay. $19.
As you kind of peel around, you see that as Rune approaches the body, you see nearby, about 20 feet away, off the side of the corner of the house, an alleyway. There seems to be a secondary individual slinking slowly from nearby debris, broken wagon, broken box, slinking slowly towards Rune.
How far away you said from her?
About 40 feet or so.
And how far away am I?
You're on the roof, so you're on this house about, let's say, 30 feet up, and about 40 feet away from Rune. Just more so because of, what is it called?
Angles.
Yeah.
If I were to drop down, would I be cutting off the individual that I see moving? Or would I have to...
So imagine from a perspective, you're at the bottom of the screen, Rune is in the middle, and the individual's in the top.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna pop my wings out, and I'm just gonna jump down off the building, not quietly. Just try to alert Rune that I'm here, basically.
As you kind of just found your wings flapping outwards, Rune, you instinctively hear the wings flap, and you look up. There's a little bit of fright before you look up and you see Saf flying, standing on the roof 30 feet up.
You scared me.
I'm gonna jump down quickly and to move to her side.
You do so. You drop on the floor, and then as you kind of do so, you go ahead and roll a perception check, Saf.
Perception. 6.
As you kind of just land on the ground, you just randomly do so, but you just quickly run over to Rune's side as you just trace around and you stand there. You notice that the presence you were eyeing on the other side, from the ground level, is pretty good at stealth, without the aerial advantage. It's just debris around you. And a body?
Just kind of eye it. Look back to Rune. I wanted to be sure that you were safe, no matter what you were doing.
Oh. Yeah, I'm fine. And was looking for food.
Do you need assistance?
I sure. She looks back to where Bao used to be standing. um, um. So, have you shopped here before?
Once or twice. Yes.
Okay, I'll guess I'll just follow your lead on that.
He kind of nods. I trust you know where to go, though.
Um, she she looks at that body she was looking at before, and
As you look towards the body, roll another history check.
history 25.
Cool. As you do so, you kind of take the time to look towards the body again. And as you kind of just look, okay, this time for sure, the body's left hand is at its side this time, reaching for something.
That body's moving. She points.
I kind of lean my head down next to her. As a word of advice, if we are attacked, do not look at my face.
What's wrong with your face?
You will understand once you see it happen. I'm just gonna glance over my shoulder at the body that Rune pointed at.
You just
As
stare
he-
towards it.
As he does so, one of his eyes he's not looking, he's kind of positioned himself between Rune and the body, kind of staring at it. It's within 30 feet.
Correct.
One of his eyes kind of goes compound, and there's this almost high-pitched noise that kind of shoots out in a small cone around where he's looking at the body. He's gonna try to stun it if it's alive.
Do they have to see you?
No, they can. If they avert their eyes, it doesn't work.
Cool. So if they don't see you, it doesn't work.
Correct.
Cool. Because currently he's not looking towards you. His head is face planted in the pool of blood beneath him.
Still gonna try and stun him.
As you kind of just stare over towards it, you see the body at this point. The movements are so slow, like it's stunned this before. The only thing that tells that there was movement is the ripple in the puddle of blood beneath him. But it could just be the wind.
He kind of tilts his head back. A pair of mandibles kind of sprout from his lower jaw. They're long, maybe 9-10 inches coming out of the front of his face. Kind of looks back to Rune. Just in case.
Okay. She just he just takes a step back, just on the
You
safe
go ahead and
side.
do so.
Um, is he?
How concerned with it are you?
Oh,
Is it worth
I don't.
killing whatever is there?
No, I was seeing if he was alive or not.
I do not know, but
Yes.
do you wish to bend over and find out?
I just want to see if he needs help or.
Saf kind of looked at the body, face down in blood. Something tells me he is far beyond help, even if we could offer it. Would you feel safer if the body was for sure not going to move?
Oh, if he's not going to make it, then I guess if he's still alive, then put him out of his misery. Because if he's alive, he must be in terrible pain.
Saf kind of nods, takes a step closer. Want to get about 10 feet away or so that I can angle my gaze down at him. If he doesn't jump up at me, I'm just going to take a deep breath in. As I kind of open my jaw again, this kind of blast of frozen ice shards shoots out. I'm going to hit him with my dragon breath.
Go for it.
He needs to make a con save.
Cool. Let me just hop on the computer real quick. Tell me just background noise from me, because that's the only thing that I'm a bit cautious about. Ooh, boy.
A
God,
little
nothing
bit,
hurts
but
it.
it's not as bad as Reese's used to be.
Cool. A little faster. Cool. As you kind of do so, you kind of take that breath inwards, and as you, the breath just flies outwards, it just blasts across the floor. As it does so, you're not sure what not this Karkak need to save, but as your cone of breath just races downwards,
104 points of cold damage.
you look down towards it. The body's gone, and you know the impact of your breath isn't supposed to do that. But there's still a puddle of blood there. But for some reason, that puddle of blood is larger.
I'm gonna move to where I'm about 10 feet away from it. I'm gonna think for a second. I'm gonna try and use my genetic rewrite to just kind of snap my fingers and try and get a little bit of a spark out and see if I can toss a spark at it.
Cool. Go for it.
Hmm.
You can't do so. You rewrite the reformation of your body, and then that pulse of electricity forms in your hand.
I want to try and hit the pool with electricity.
As you kind of do so, you toss the electricity small bolt as it flies downwards. This strange image in front of you develops as the space where the spark would land suddenly the blood opens up and the spark just lands in the space in between there. like the blood itself moved and parted to avoid the spark. The blood eventually just stays with this opening and cracking in it, and then it forms back together into a singular blood pool.
Okay.
At that point, you see the ripple in it, and you, for some reason, get this sense of anger, displeasement in the puddle's direction.
I'm gonna back away from it, but stay facing it. As I get next to Rune, I'm just gonna say, I do believe that our time here should be spent elsewhere, somewhere
Okay.
that there is not a conscious puddle of blood.
She nods in. She turns from it and just starts walking away, but stays cautious of it just in case something happens
Saf
that
is gonna
she doesn't want to get surprised by.
As they kind of walk away, Saf is going to stay facing it, and as they reach the point of being about 30 feet away, he's going to look at it again and just hit it with another Umber Hulk gaze.
Cool. As you kind of stare over towards it, you just stare, and your vision kind of travels inwards towards it. But the strange thing about this amorphous form, it doesn't seem to have a method of actually looking at you with a gaze, but it knows of your presence. And as you kind of stare towards it, there's this initial shock factor where the amorphous blob just kind of moves, it pulls around. Eventually, it begins to form together, accumulating near the middle. And slowly but surely builds up and up. It continues going up. It formulates into this gelatinous glob in the middle before it starts to form upwards and build up and up and up. And you see the legs, an arm, eventually the head and gray hairs of the body form all the way to the top. And the color return to the body. Umber, okay. Strange. And as you kind of peer over towards him, his eyes are kind of closed. He looks at you. You're not sure how he's seeing you. I never thought I'd see something of your kind around here. You're much more than that. He kind of takes a couple steps forward. As you kind of look apart his body, you see little bits and bits of pieces of shards of ice in his body, remnants that you did hit him with the blast. You're just not sure to what degree of damage you did. Tell me, monster, are there more of you in Bloodmarch?
As he kind of moves forwards, Florin's gonna kind of position himself clearly between this creature and Rune.
Ah, so even monsters have hearts. Strange.
There are no more of us here, not that I know.
Who are you?
Who am I? None of your business.
Uh-oh, now I gotta play Red Noble Sacrifice. Fuck. Where's my Kazan Misty?
He just kind of looks over at you, his eyes still closed. Tell me, how many more are in you?
Suffer, and we should go.
My thoughts exactly. Kind of look up at him.
As you
Enough
kind of do,
that utterly made to leave.
as you kind of do so, you see like the lady you were. I'm gonna actually put their tokens on stage because
No.
you know, give me a second. Let me pop open the folder. Okay. There you are. Here's the other one. Yeah, there it is. So these two right here. When you put your token back on the stage, we're just gonna use this card, even though it's not distantly accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. You beat around here, stop down here, here, here. At this point behind you, the female you were looking at the other side stands up on top of the box and immediately lifts up her hand towards the sky. There's this encapsulating light that begins to surround, and for this brief moment, you see a flicker above you. It's almost as though the sky got a little blurry for a second in this box formation. You're not sure what it entails. And the woman, after finishing lifting up her hand, she looks towards the dude. She nods. You see the tattoo on her face. He nods back. And the woman hops off the box and begins running all the way to the alleyway. You were saying, monster?
We should go right now.
I was saying that I know enough to know when to leave.
Leave? And at this point, he kind of looks down towards his side of his hand. And as he reaches outwards, you see this jettison, this shard of blood, sprout out of his hand, extending about 4 foot before he clasps onto a blade made completely out of blood. You see little bits of his blood drip all the way down towards the ground. At this point, he just kind of swings it. Some of his blood splatters against the floor. And where would a monster like you have to return to? The blade looks like the one on the left.
Kinda look at him. You do not want to fight. Do not make me.
Fight! And at this point, he falls back into a stance. His left hand is angled outwards. His right foot is behind his left, pushed back with back support. His right hand holds the blade and just kind of holds it upwards, defending his right side. I'm simply protecting myself, acquiring resources for the family. You know how it is in Blood March.
We don't have anything on us.
On the contrary, they're good enough. At this point, he flicks his left hand, and this large spiral of blood pulses outwards, and the shield on the right clasps onto his left arm. He holds the shield, blocking about a good 50 to 60% of his body. As he anchors it towards the ground, you see each of the weapons pulsates out this red color.
I'm gonna tether to Saffron.
You do so.
I'm gonna flex my wrist. Claw's gonna grow. I'm gonna hold it up in front of me. You know what this is?
Isaac peers over towards you. I've never eaten one of those before. What else you got on you? Oh, you got some dragon. He holds the sword up some more. He begins his kind of stance as he walks slowly to the side, keeping his shield facing you.
I certainly hope nothing about you is magical. For your sake.
As you kind of say that, his eyes just kind of crease inwards. As you kind of say that, he instinctively takes a step back. He holds his sword up in his guard, bolsters some more. What kind of monster are you? I'd like to know what I'm having for dinner.
One designed to kill.
Ujai kind of just hears this. Strange. You're not gonna run at me? Monster? What? Kind of clangs like onto his shield. Come on! Make the first move!
He kind of cocks his head to the side. He's gonna now use his tremor sense to 60 feet to see if anyone else is around touching the ground.
As you kind of do so, you reach down and you grab towards the ground. As you do so, you notice that in the vicinity around him, there are small, dry puddles of blood that seem to have buried themselves about an inch into the ground, but they're still alive.
And
And
the
they're
other
jiggling around.
person?
What?
Is the other individual within 60 feet?
Let's see. No, she ran far out of range of this.
Okay.
I'm not sure where she's going.
I kind of look back up, cock my head to the side. The best killers? No. Not what they want, but what their opponent wants. Why would I attack you? He kind of holds his arms out. It's so much easier if you come to me.
You see like an actual flinch in his eyes. You see like for that moment, there's that show, that drop in his guard as he tries to think about what to do.
You know I don't have to approach. I can shoot you with Dragon's Breath.
At this point, he just stares over towards you. He kind of takes a second to analyze the situation. He looks over, his eyes kind of swipe over to the side, looking at Rune. You see that he's doing a study up and down. He kind of just does a signifying that he sees that she's easy prey, but you're gonna make this difficult. How much? For the girl?
No price.
Come on. There gotta be something.
He kind of tilts his head to the side. As he does so, a chain kind of sneaks out the back of his cloak and kind of
Rune's
wraps
gonna
around
glare at
Rune's,
him.
kind of wraps around Rune's leg.
Rune's gonna glare at the oatmeal.
I suppose an appropriate price would be your head.
He just kind of creases his head inwards. At this point, he just looks around. He, at this point, gets into a standing position. You hear his armor. He's a rather sizable individual, about 6'4". He, at this point, flicks his left hand, the shield melts, disappears back in his forearm. He flicks his right arm, and the blade sinks back into his right hand. Experience, eh? Smart, too. And he kind of, at this point, reaches his hand downwards towards you. And you, at this point, as he kind of does so, he pulls his finger up after touching the ground, and this slink, this line of blood floats up into his finger. I don't understand. Why would someone like you defend something so weak? I don't even have to know much about you. You're a monster. Designed to kill. Nothing in there remotely even cares for her. They defend. Maybe out of self-validation. Maybe out of something else. I can't put my finger on it.
You act like you speak great wisdom. You have only recited what I have already told you. You are Stalin. Let us leave. We don't want to fight.
You see, he kind of has a sigh. Looks around. And you kind of see him kind of look over in this direction. And then he takes his hand and lifts it slowly up, and some blood formulates. He looks over towards you. Don't worry. It's not worth the struggle. And at this point, these mango of characters, like a custom cant or so, appear on the palm of his hand, and they sink back into it. And then suddenly you hear as a box surrounding you guys, about 100 feet wide, breaks, and you see the barely visible blips of mirror shards disappear. Just when I thought I saw easy pickings, making this difficult on me. Boost the heart, monster. Make you soft.
Next time,
Sir.
do not play your entire hand instantly.
I
You
didn't.
made it too easy for me.
I see. It's gonna look at the mirror like shards. Are they familiar?
Go ahead with an Arcana check.
Give me strength.
As you kind of peer around, those mirror shards right there, they were meant to trap or ensnare of some kind. It's a ring. It's a box that has a. You're not sure what it does upon contact, but you're able to gauge that it's restrictive. Either it's just a straight up barrier that you cannot exit through, or it actually impacts you or damages you on contact. Other than that, it also seems to have an empowering, supportive element to it, but it doesn't benefit you guys. It benefits someone else. Is at this point, the man just kind of stares over towards Sam. Figure out what you want to do, monster. He's in a place for indecisiveness. He kind of cracks his neck. Oh, spent so much time on the ground. Wasted by a fucking abomination. He spits on the ground, turns, and just walks away from you guys. You hear the
It was a decoy.
You should have taken the lightning blast from me. Would have given him a chance to actually do something.
Huh?
Let us
See,
continue.
is the mirror thing still around us?
No, the shards would have broken up, and then they would have slowly dissipated.
Bio?
You kind of just say that out loud. The figure in the distance, about 10 more minutes of walking away from you, turns. What?
That wasn't you, the mirror.
What?
Did you? Never mind.
Lyle, confused, turns away from you and just sits there. Periodically, you see his hand kind of whip upwards. You hear a scream in the distance. His tail, every time you hear that scream, his tail vividly just kind of bounces around curiously, nonchalantly.
Is everybody here bloodmarked just strong, or
You are not, you are dead.
right? Good to know.
That is why I am here.
Paul is. Oh, we have to find food.
Let us find it then. Let us make it quick.
She's gonna look around for any other houses or buildings or.
As you kind of calm down, you go ahead and roll your perception check.
Eat.
As you kind of do so, you look around. There are plenty of houses nearby. There's about 6, maybe a dozen around. They all look the same, and they're all shabby and broken down. So there's nothing actually specifies around them. There are about 3 more bodies around, and these have legitimately been dismembered. But you can see each individual part. They're clean slashes, and it seems like most of them were one-shot kills. And for the most part, the bodies and the faces on each of them are locked in this face of desperate despair. And most of the bodies are extremely malnourished and weak. You look around, you don't find any signs of the guillotine marks on these guys, not even other of the major families. These guys were like you, either stragglers, single individuals trying to survive in Bloodmarsh, or perhaps even small families.
But they don't look like they have anything like worth.
Would you like to investigate?
Sure. $20.
Nice. As you kind of take that time, you go ahead and move over towards the nearest body, stop falling in suit with the chain still latched around your leg. As you kind of peer down towards the first one, you kind of shuffle in there. You feel the pockets. Nothing. Nothing. You reach up towards the man. You look at him. The face of his agony just makes you grimace. Close your eyes. Those sad, desperate eyes. And then you kind of reach in. You find like there's a vest on this first body. You reach around and you feel up the pocket and you feel in there. Eventually, you reach in and you pull out this small packet of, I'm not sure what it is. It looks like a child's candy bag. It's really small. Imagine the size of maybe a Skittles bag. This thick of it. You reach down a little bit more, and as you kind of reach down into the bottom portion that's been severed from the rest of it, you reach into that pocket. You reach around. The first pocket has a little bit of gush there. It's disgusting. You reach into the second pocket, and as you reach in, you pull out this preserved slab of some kind of meat. It's like a good portion of it. It's about roughly. It's enough to fit in the pocket. It's not too much, but it's like imagine a square block of jerky. You're not sure what type of meat it is. You're gonna have to investigate later, but on this body in particular, nothing else of value. You pocket those two. You have to figure out what that meat is.
Mhm.
You look at the other two bodies.
She's just gonna continue. But you can tell she's very uncomfortable.
And she kind of moves away, Saflar, kind of looks at her. Most residents of Blood March would call this food.
You mean the people, the bodies?
Yes?
I'm not eating people.
Why not? They are dead.
And it's not right.
Why? They cannot stop you?
It's just. It's. When the human body wasn't meant to eat other human meats. We're not designed to. It'll make you sick. And if you keep eating it, it would affect your brain. Like, very similar to, I guess, mad cow disease in a way. It's just. We're not designed to eat our species.
Saf kind of looks at her. Kind of sighs. Sometimes, in order to move forward, you must put down the values that you seemingly cling to. He kind of walks away from the bodies back up to Rune. For the record, as the man stated, I am not human. Let us continue.
Okay. She's gonna just check what's on the other two bodies. And then if nothing's there, she's gonna move on.
You move on to the second body. You reach downwards, and this part makes you sad. Incredibly. The second body is a woman. And judging from the half of her that you can see, she was pregnant. You see this look of shock on her face and helpless. Just wrong place, wrong time.
She's gonna close her eyes.
You do so. You reach down and just close your eyes. It's a slow process. You reach into the pocket that you can see. You pull out. Go ahead and roll me that investigation check.
27.
You reach inside and you pull out 1, 2, 3, 4 small little containers of baby food. 2 strawberry, 1 grape, 1 orange flavor. You reach inside, upwards towards kind of like, surprisingly, overwear has pockets. You reach in there, and as you kind of do so, you pull out a pacifier. It's one that is brand new. It would have seen use eventually. You look over at the blood pool where the half of it is missing somewhere. You see a broken rattle toy slashed right down the middle. All the beads inside have spilled out.
You see that Rune starts tearing up. She collects the baby food and stuff, and she's gonna store that in her bag.
Your bag begins to feel the weight of this. You're not sure how long you can shop. And then it finally hits you. The smell. You're kind of thankful that you didn't get to eat. You feel your stomach clench inwards and grab you. The shock is gone, and your senses are back online. You stand up and you slink over towards the dead body. This one probably hurts you the most. It's a child. You see on the ground, missing the entire, a lot of dirt of his face, most of the left side of his body. He's just in short shorts and a t-shirt. At least you don't have to look at his sorrowful eyes.
Just gonna close them too.
You would, but you can't find them. Most of his head was chopped off. You look that there's a small wad of paper in this short pocket.
It's water paper.
It's a balled up, like, cluster of paper, maybe a note.
She's gonna unravel it.
As you uncrumple the note, you just read this really short message. Hey Abaddon, can we get more food?
He just lets the paper kind of just fall from her hand. Hey. I can't do this.
Then do not.
What if we all just leave Blood March? Just leave this whole place. Just get out of here.
Saf kind of shrugs. You would probably be free of this place.
Oh. this would be enough for today. We should head back.
He kind of bows his head. The others will appreciate having you back.
Great. Over dinner, I'll tell him that we should leave here, especially before the week's over. At least, just that we should leave here as soon as possible.
Saf kind of nods. Let us return home first. We can discuss this later.
He kind of
Now
just
is not the
wipes
time
her
or
eyes.
place.
She wipes her eyes and then she's going to just stand up and she's gonna just head back. Just hugging herself.
You do so. As you turn, you stand closer to Sa, chain still wrapped around your leg. There's this gentle warmth coming from the chain. Strange. But as you turn your back and walk back, you turn your back from a presence in the distance. You feel it stand back, turns its head over towards you. I'm always right. Bye. And
You see her and she just kind of like drops her arms to the side. She's still walking, but you can see that she's clenching her fists and she's just gritting her teeth. Her head's just hanging down.
Saf's just gonna give her a couple feet as she makes her way back.
you do so. And as you take your steps forward, more so and more so, Sa, with relative ease, you look up. There's this strange amalgamation standing on the roof, hovering above you. It's so peculiar. It looks entirely gray. Its white eyes are wings that show. And some of its body seems to almost melt. The red sky glimmers off its silver body. And there's almost ripples there as it just stands on the roof. It stares over towards you. It's not threatening. It certainly looks peculiar.
Was this by chance what was on one of Lily's cards?
On the roofs?
Yeah.
No, even the cards. No, you've not seen this before.
Okay.
But as his presence kind of just stands there on the roof, the tickle in your hair grows ever more present. And on that note, it swivels, and we cut over to the inside of Myzel's mind space. Ra, you stand a couple feet behind Myzel. Myzel, you're taking your steps towards Myzel. Meanwhile, other Myzel, which you don't have the token for, brandishes Kingslayer, facing the large, wicked blade towards you. She swings it over and hooks it over her right shoulder. And then she just kind of takes this strange stance that Ra, you're confused by. She opens her stance. Her feet are rather far apart. Imagine like a squat form. She droops her left arm down. It swings like a pendulum. and you're not sure where she's putting her balance. It's not in the core. It's somewhat in the knees and the thigh and the feet. But to you, Raw, most of it seems to be placed in her right hand that holds on to Kingslayer's blade. It's such a peculiar form, but it's like seeing someone complete a math problem with a completely separate formula and it working.
Okay.
It works.
It works. It just works. Okay. I'm gonna just start observing. I'm gonna just stay where I am. But preparing that action though.
Cool.
Give me like
Was,
45 seconds.
Yes.
Anyways, what's Alan and T doing?
When Safaran had left, he had sat down in front of Mizell and Ra, and he just like crossed his legs, and with a sigh, he just watched them. He would look over at T to see what he's doing from time
Okay.
to time, but he was
Yeah, I
mostly
assume
focused on them.
He would be just going and trying to start conversation with Alan, just because he's been gone for a nondescript amount of time.
It's about to be so awkward. Go for it.
What did I miss?
Well, you missed visitors coming to our house. Well, I mean they weren't exactly invited in, but you know, they're nice, and I could actually go on. There is let's say we have like 5 days to get stronger or be caught up in a battle with families all around us in Blood March.
Okay, it seems like I missed kind of a lot.
Yeah, you did.
I apologize for that.
You don't have to. I guess it wasn't long, but I'm glad you're back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be back. Hopefully, I motion towards Ra and Mizell. Greet them as well too soon. Are
Yeah.
they together yet?
Huh?
Are they
You see
together?
your hands are holding.
I don't know.
Okay. I just noticed the hand holding and I figured Mizell may have finally gotten her way.
I don't understand. I know that she really liked him, but I don't know. I stay out of that stuff. Ugh.
I'm saying they come kiss.
Mm-mm. But look, I don't know how long they've been like this, so what if they've been like this for like the last hour? Like maybe they're trapped in there or something is happening and we can't help them.
Well, they're still all alive, and that's what I care about the most.
He's gonna inspect them to make sure they're alive.
For the most part, you don't really have to do much, as there is a rise and fall to their chest that does signify that they are, well, their bodies are alive.
I'm getting paranoid. Oh yeah, are you gonna train too?
Am I going to what?
Train.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if people are gonna come after us, we have to get stronger.
I just kind of look at this like 12-year-old twink. All of it like telling me I need to work out more.
It's a question.
I say, I prefer not to do the fighting. I did manage to find 2 new associates, who I'm sure will come in handy.
Um, do they know of the risks they're taking?
Everyone is informed of the risks.
I mean, I didn't know your last associates, but I don't think they deserve that.
They didn't. And I'm still very saddened over their loss. But you must move forward. They knew the risks, and their families will be well compensated.
Were there families from Blood March too?
Fuck off. They were. One of the families was in Blood March, the other was in a town over, not too far from here.
Well, I hope they're being compensated very greatly.
They are.
But I mean, I'm serious. I don't think people should just fight for you too. What if something happens to you?
I can normally find some way of talking my way out of it. I've been rather lucky in that regard.
Even people who are out to kill us.
Especially people who are out to kill us.
Alan is trying to see the logic in that. Well, I mean, if you're sure, but just be really careful.
You're right, I should be training more. But just know that there's no need to worry about me.
Well, of course I'd worry. You're part of our family.
I can imagine. I would be very upset if anything happened to you. What are you doing to stay safe?
I'm getting stronger. You should have seen what I was doing earlier.
What was that?
I manifested something that can hold a sword.
Oh, I like it.
Ra was teaching me, but, then this happened.
Ra taught you something? Ra spoke to you?
Yes, and Myzel and Rune.
Wow, look at that. Character development.
I mean, he's always been there. Yeah, I mean, he didn't talk much, but it's not like he didn't care.
I know he cared in his own special way. That special way was just never talking.
I mean, now it's a serious situation, so I can imagine he's also worried about people coming after us.
Yes, and who are these people that are coming after us?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Who are these people who are coming after us?
From the people who came to see us, well, she said that it was 3 big families that all fight for territory.
Lovely.
Mm-hmm. And if you're part of grooming your own family, they take that as a threat.
That's insecurity if I've ever heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry. We can take them on. These families all operate the same way. They're dangerous, but they're predictable.
Well, I mean, they're not all bad. Like I said, the people who came to see us were also part of a family, and they've actually giving us some tips and pointers.
Good. It's good to know that there are still some good out here, even in Blood March.
He nods his head, and then he looks back at Mizell and Ra. I hope they're okay in there.
I do too.
And on that note, you kind of swivel back. Ra, from your perspective, you and Mizell are still there. You're prepping that action and studying other Mizell. For the most part, as you're kind of doing the studying, you hear the sound of metal chains, steel chains, iron chains, one of them, clatter against the floor. You look instinctively towards that direction. You stare at them. You kind of just there. And then you remember that those are Saf's chains. And just as fast as they arrive, those chains slink back out and disappear.
All right. I'm just gonna look back at the other Mizell and wait to see what happens.
Mizell just stands there with this strange form. It's not a defensive form whatsoever. It's purely offensive.
Mm-hmm.
Mizell just stares at Mizell, eagerly staring, waiting for something.
She just continues walking forward. There's an uneasy hesitance in her stride. As she gets just to the edge of the aura, she stops and looks up at the blade. Kingslayer, you claim to be one who unites, but you allow the part of me who only knows how to destroy to wield you.
You kind of say that out loud. Kingslayer, as she's kind of hooked over the neck and shoulder of Mizell. The eye snaps open, stares around, and it just stares over towards you. Why do you speak to me?
Because your actions contradict your own words.
It stares towards you. Do you even understand? The eye looks over down towards other Mizell. What this one wants. The eye snaps back towards and stares at you.
She looks down from Kingslayer and at other Mizell. takes a deep breath and steps forward into the aura.
As you kind of do so, you kind of step into it. Go ahead and roll me a whiz save. Mm. As you kind of step into that, you take that 12 psychic damage. You know your own safe DC.
Mm-hmm.
As it electrifies into your mind. The Mizell kind of looks at you. The smile disappears for a second. She just kind of hooks Kingslayer. From your perspective, Kingslayer is a rather large weapon. You're not sure of its reach, but it has to be 10 feet at least. You step into the aura, you're about 20 feet away from Mizell. Suddenly, her face goes into this depressing look. She kind of just steers over towards you.
She winces as she takes that damage, but keeps walking forward slowly, looking at other Mizell.
Mizell
What
just looks
do
over
you
at you.
want?
She
Other
just
than
kind of,
death?
Mizell cocks her head over to the side, and it's the first time that you see what other people see when you cock your head to the side, as it's done to you. And you know the funniest thing about myself.
What?
You know what is the funniest thing about myself?
I
God damn. You know what is the funniest thing about myself?
enlighten me.
She, at this point, her stance kind of drops downwards. Myself would really like a family. But they always leave. Always. My mother taught me well. If they always leave, you just have to be strong enough so that they always stay together. Mother did it. Mother wanted to do it. And Mother would have done it if Mother was still alive. But Mother's dead now. Mother's dead. If we were stronger, if we were capable, or something, we might have been able to save Mother. But she's dead now. And there's no one else that will keep the family together. No one's strong enough.
Mizell looks to the ground, saddened that she's bringing up Leah and how they failed to rescue her. But then she looks back at Ra before bringing her attention back to other Mizell. And keeping a family together that doesn't want to stay together? You really want that? If they don't want to stay, then are they really family?
Your eyes just kind of dart around, confused for a second. If they're not going to stay, then you just have them stay. You love them, don't you? You want them to leave you again? You're gonna wander Bloodmarch alone again? You're gonna kill? She takes Kingslayer, slams her into the ground, and kill and eat by yourself again? You're gonna be alone again? And you'd want that.
No. I don't
That's
want
exactly
that.
what you said.
But I don't want to force anyone. I want them to stay because they want to. I want them to stay because they love me like I love them. I don't want them to stay because they're afraid of me. That's not a family. She looks down at the ground. And that's where Mother was wrong. Mother used fear to bring us together, to keep us together. She takes a few more steps forward. And I thought that was the right way to do it at first, too. She gestures towards Ra. But he doesn't even want to stay. And you want him to stay the most, don't you?
Oh yeah, it's because he's strong.
But he doesn't even like us. I don't know why he followed me in here. I'm glad that he did. But can't you see that he doesn't like us?
Mozo, for the first time, kind of takes a second and thinks. You see her cognitively just kind of thinking. She just kind of withdraws in the stance and goes just to a regular standing position. We follow him around because we thought that if we were as strong as him, or had someone as strong as him, we'd have some support again.
And the only thing we've done since we met him is make him want to leave more.
Mozo just at the ground, confused. You're so different. You're not even me anymore.
No. Because I've been doing everything wrong. We've been doing everything wrong. She takes another couple steps forward and holds out her hand. We've made mistakes. But we can make things better.
Mozo just kind of looks at her own hand being offered to her. She's just confused.
You want them to stay, don't you? You want
know
them
they're
to
not
care?
going to. You know they're not going to accept us. You know what we have done in the past. And you know what we do to people that we hurt. Think about your brother. He's dead now. That's going to happen to all of them, and you know that. You know that. She kind of withdraws. But
Still reaching out her hand, she takes another step forward. Then fight with me to protect them. To prevent their deaths instead of killing them.
she just kind of looks around. You know the funniest thing about us?
What?
She just shakes her head side to side. There are so many of us. I didn't kill brother. You didn't kill brother. She points down the path behind her. But one of us did. And I don't know who did it.
Then let's bring all of us together.
Maisel just kind of hugs herself. You're going to want time. They're all different Maisels from different times. I happen to know the family. I suspect that the first Maisel killed brother. I don't know if you remember her. The very first Maisel. Born because of father. I don't know what she'll do.
I'm afraid to find out.
Then don't. She at this point goes ahead and walks over and grabs Kingslayer. Pulls it back down. Kingslayer looks over at the Maisel holding him. Looks over at you. Looks over back at the Maisel holding him. And just does a relinquished. Guess I'm being passed. Again. Oh wells. His eyes closes. Take him so that other Maisel can't get him. You don't want that Maisel to get him. You don't want him to. Take him.
She reaches out for Kingslayer.
As you grab onto the large hilt of
She
Kingslayer.
actually
The blade
grabs.
is
She actually grabs onto the hand that's holding the hilt, and looks at the other Mizell. Come with us.
No. You already got out. If we leave, Mizell will kill the other Mizells. You're not one of us. We're different. Leave. Now.
She slides her hand onto the hilt. Can't we bring her with us? Help
She
her.
doesn't want to leave. All this Mizell knows how to do is kill. I at least was there when I knew about her family. But she knows nothing. She just knows how to kill. You can't reason with her.
That doesn't mean I shouldn't try.
You can try when you're strong enough. Leave. This is not your home. She points down the opposite path. Leave. And take. She looks at Ra. Slumps and looks down on the floor. Take him with you. Keep him safe. Because I can't anymore.
She takes Kingslayer and takes a couple steps back. I'm going to come back for you. For all of you.
She kind of walks over towards you. You're not. Ever.
You can't keep me out of my own head.
No. She reaches up towards the pendant over her neck. But we can.
Don't.
Are you going to leave? She pinches the pendant around her neck. It glows, signifying that she will actually kick you out using your very own pendant. Or do I have to make you?
Don't let the others destroy themselves, she says as she turns and starts walking back towards Ra.
Don't come back. You don't need to. You're free. Don't worry about the trash. She swivels and walks, disappearing from view as you make it back to Ra.
So that didn't go as badly as it could have.
But not as well as I had hoped.
These kind of things usually aren't a one and done thing.
No. I didn't expect it to be. But we should go before they kick us out. She
Sure.
takes Ra's hand, closes her eyes. and brings them back out to their bodies.
You two jettison outwards and you land as you wake back up. Alan and T around you.
Guys!
Hello, Alan. Well,
Oh my
that
god,
happened.
you're back!
Guys have lots of babies.
I will literally destroy you. Literally destroy you.
Welcome back.
Alan looks so happy and he hugs Myzel.
Mizell smiles. She releases Ra's hand and hugs Alan back.
You understand how worried I was about you guys.
Y'all already know what I'm gonna do.
Don't you fucking dare.
A handstand?
Rod just looks at T. Yeah,
Like,
that's about right.
I
He
do a
just
little
stands.
handstand, kind of like flip myself right back up. It's a very happy handstand.
As you do your handstand, you see for some reason a press X prompt to vault.
Do it. Press it. Press it. Press it.
Do it.
Do it, you coward.
Yeah, I press it.
You press it, and as you kind of vault upside down, you fall to the floor, quite literally.
Jen.
God damn it.
I'm not gonna question that.
The patch wasn't fixed yet.
Rod, at this point, Rod just stands up. Yeah, walks over to the bookshelf. Are there like books in the bookshelf?
Yeah, they're really, really old books. They have a shit ton of dust on them.
All right, he's gonna pull out one of the books. It's kind of lay it on the floor. Kind of reach behind it, take out a ration, put the book back.
Alan's gonna slowly let go of Myzel and look between her and Ra. What were you guys doing? Was there danger?
She looks over at Ra and just says,
Will you marry me?
He unclips.
just says, thank you for coming. Looks back at Alan.
Yeah.
In my head, there will always be danger.
Alan frowns at that. But it's it's not gonna get bad again, right? I mean, you're you, right?
Overstatement.
She kind of gives a sly smirk at that. I've always been me, but there are many different me's.
Mini-me's!
He kind of like twiddles his fingers a bit. I know you tend to get bloodthirsty sometimes.
I don't know if I'll ever get that back.
But that's what I meant with you seem fine now. I was never afraid of you, but I feel like you're doing better now.
She
Rune said
smiles.
something was up with you before, so
I'm still a broken person. It's gonna take a long time to put all the pieces together. But she looks over at Ra. I think I took the first step.
He smiles a little. I'm glad. I'm glad that you're taking it slow and getting better.
At this point, Rod just kind of finishes half the ration, wraps it up, puts it into his cloak, looks at his watch. Well, this has been heartwarming and all, but look at the time. He just walks up onto the wall and onto the ceiling. Just walks out.
Wait, what? What do you mean, what time? Like looking up to see Ra just on the ceiling and walking.
I gotta train. Been wasting time. Just walks
Oh,
out.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. What fucking time is it right now?
Eh,
And
At least
eh,
2 in the afternoon.
yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah, exact. Well,
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, okay.
Alan's gonna get up and he's gonna offer his 2 hands to Mizell, even though it's not really gonna serve a purpose, but he just wants to.
She takes his hand and hands and gets up. Pats him on the head. I'll be right out. I need to have a little talk with someone.
He thinks about that for a moment, and then he nods. Okay, don't take too much time though. Rin was worried about you too.
She smiles. It shouldn't take long.
Okay. And he's gonna look at T and go, come on, let's go.
Follow Elle and grab a book off the shelf on my way out.
you do so.
She covers her left eye again. So, you're with me now, Kingslayer?
There's a brief delay before finally. Ah, how bad's my background noise?
Really bad. Can't hear you over it.
Bongos.
I'm going downstairs then.
Maybe congas.
I thought it was just hammerheads. I can't tell if that was Reese or Katie.
No, that was
That was
Reese.
Katie, I think.
Oh.
My mic is muted. It was Reese.
What was me?
Yes.
That noise.
It's always Reese.
Which noise?
All of them.
Cool. So, no longer have access to my shit?
That noise isn't me.
Cool. So, as you kind of see at the Kingslayer, the eye reluctantly snaps open. Apparently.
And how do I draw you? Draw your blade?
I doubt with your shaking hands you could even hold me.
I suppose
You know
we'll
what?
just
You
wait
move
and
that
see
and give
then.
me the damn sword.
What?
I suppose we'll just wait and see then.
Will not matter. You'll never be the same wielder.
Yes, that's true.
was a much stronger willed individual than you. Determination, something, a drive, no passion. Here, you're simply lost, relying only on my strength. You have no cunning. You have no strength. You have no nimbleness. You have no expertise. Simply a child on the battlefront. Weak. How do I expect you to wield me properly? How do I expect you to defend and unite properly? Explain.
Right now you don't. But I will get stronger. And when I do, she smirks, I'll make you eat your own words.
The eye resides there silent. You'll die and pass the blade before you even fathom the chance to do that. Child. It retreats.
She just starts heading out. Heads.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Woo!
Heads out and smiles at Reese and Alan before walking outside.
Hey, wait! He's gonna follow. Sorry, it's just,
Just put me on autopilot
Well-
and have me following Alan for a few minutes.
Creep.
Cool. Okay.
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 So
he
he's
goes
walking on
sideways.
his hands.
He goes sideways, goes into the model pose, clips halfway into the
Default
ground, starts
position.
clipping up and down, and just follows Alan in this state.
God. Alan, he followed Myzel. He says, "Sorry, it's just I mean, it's okay if I follow you."
Myzel looks down at Alan. She smiles at him. Of course it is.
He smiles a little back. Okay, but and then he looks around. Boone should have been out here. And then Sufflaren went after her too.
I'm sure she'll be fine. Safflerin is special. He can take care of her.
Yeah, but she said she was only gonna be a moment. If she left, and you just see him get like a little upset.
She'll be back, I'm sure.
She's always doing something dangerous.
I'm not much better.
I mean, at least you were in the house where everybody is. But I mean, you're right. Safarin is very capable. I'm she'll be okay. And when he says that, it sounds more like he's saying that to himself.
She pulls him into a hug and just says quietly, "She'll be back, I'm sure."
Yeah, you're okay. He gives her the hug back. Sorry, it's just. I guess I'm just more paranoid than usual. But then a lot of stuff has happened in this house.
This is Blood March. If you're not afraid, you're dead.
Aw. Should we train until they get back?
Well, that's why I was coming out here.
Okay. I'll watch you then.
She smiles and walks over towards the marking that Raw made and goes back into the stance he taught her, trying her best to mimic it properly before she starts slashing at the markings with her wooden daggers.
Go ahead and acro with advantage.
Ooh,
What we got?
24.
Ooh.
24.
As you kind of take the second, and you look down towards your hand, the shaking still there. You for the first time grip and clutch your hands together, forcing the blood to accumulate there from the pressure. Feel the whitening of the skin. And you just stare at that weakness, the trembling hands that have forgotten how to wield a dagger. And you just clutch them until the blood gets in there. And when you release, that hand's gonna listen to you. It doesn't tremble, and we won't let it. You smack yourself across the face. You think about Kingslayer in your left eye. And you hold up that wooden dagger. As you do so, you actually think and process every moment of the swing right before it. The entire preparation, the entire overhead. You arc it over far behind your back. A good frontal strike. You whip down and you crash it through. And as you look into it, that first vertical mark, a good 95% of it, the blood is not there anymore. It was almost a perfect strike. You let that out, that breath of relief.
Oh, you almost got it!
She just goes for the next one. And she's gonna follow as she does it, she's gonna follow the most accurate of the slashes and try to make them deeper and deeper until it gets to a point where the blade actually gets stuck in the wall.
Go ahead and acro with advantage.
Nat 20.
Inspiring words from an 11-year-old.
As you just kind of take a moment to look at that pink, that blood, look at that 5% of it that's left. You go ahead and just stare. You follow the form. You take the horizontal swing. You arc your arms and prepare it. You think about every motion of the swing. And then you just whip it, and it arcs across. The entire marked outline is gone. An actual, true, perfect strike. Raw, you just feel a sting in the back of your head. Competence? Nani?
Mm,
You
I'll investigate
got
that
it!
later.
That was amazing!
So, Jonathan, the markings you made, they were like a
Yeah.
star pattern, right?
That's the
Like an
asterisk, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's gonna back away from the marking. I'm gonna say 60 feet away. And she's gonna drop down into that stance again and try to throw the dagger directly in the center of the marking. Now that she actually has something to aim at.
Go for it. Acro, advantage.
Oof. 15.
As you go for it, the next time there's that adrenaline rush as you kind of walk back. You go into the stands and you flick it, but then the moment you let go of your hand, you get that that sting, that self fuck. You could tell for the moment you let it go that you release your concentration for 1 second. That over cockiness caused that slight alteration, and you know it's gonna miss. You don't even want to look. You hear it smack against the wall and land down. Rod, you're like, oh, thank God! Incompetence. Balance is restored. And the dagger just kind of lands on the ground. You don't know where it hit against the wall, but you know you fucked up the draw the moment you let go. And you're pissed. You were on a roll, but that small hint of pride and ego fucked you up.
She's gonna just stand there for a minute and breathe. And she's just gonna be doing this training for like, it's what, 2:30 in the afternoon now?
Yeah, around there.
So we'll say for the next 2 hours, she's just gonna keep doing this training, alternating between the slashes and the throws.
Go
When
for it.
she does the throws, Alan every now and then is gonna like pick up the window dagger for her and give it back to her.
You do so. You continue, and every time you kind of go to the first slashes, go ahead and roll me another acro. Roll me 3 more acrobatics. You still have advantage.
20, 28, 17.
20, 28, 17. Cool. As you kind of head back to the slashing, after that one failure, it kind of knocked your whole drive out. You get pissed. You were doing it perfectly, but your next strike, as it arcs across, that percentage completion drops significantly to about 75%. You see a much more of the marking of the diagonal one. And you're pissed. One slip up, and it's a downward spiral. And this was combat. That one fuck up would have killed you. You switch over to tossing the dagger. You toss it. This time it's much more accurate. It doesn't hit the center, but it hits about 2 inches away from it, to about the bottom left side of the center. As it slaps against it, it clatters on the floor. You get pissed some more. You continue this sequence, but as you're filling yourself with this self-spite, that I could do better, why am I fucking up? Alan kind of walks over, enters your view, bends over and picks up the dagger. Just kind of giddily runs up and offers it back to you.
You got this.
She smiles at him. Thank you. Takes a deep breath, tries to calm herself. Gets down into the stance and doesn't throw it yet. She holds the stance, looking at the wall, staring for a good 30 to 45 seconds before she finally throws it again.
And as you do so again, you whip it around and you toss it. You can feel the moment you let it go, it's going to be slightly to the right. And sure enough, it hits about an inch away from the right of the center. Projected correctly. You know what you're doing wrong. You just need more time to adjust. You clutch your fists once more. You're trembling. It's a lot more faint now. It's trying its best to rip that control from you. But it's your hands. And they will do what they're told. And at this point, it swivels over. Saf, Rune, as you guys are kind of looking towards the way towards home, this strange, gray liquid, silver individual, with almost a feminine body to her, looks down at you guys from the roof and just stares, wordless. There's no threat here, no malice. I'm not even sure why it's here.
She looks at Saffron. Is that a friend of yours?
I do not believe so.
She's just gonna continue to approach the house.
Does it worry you?
It doesn't look dangerous.
Is the house within sight at this point? How close are we?
You guys are still at the. You guys have walked about. Let's be courteous. For brevity, you're about 5 minutes away from the house, so it would be within distant view if it were not for the several other houses in the way.
Okay. Saf is gonna look at Rune. Just say, "Can you make it home from here?"
What are you doing?
I'm curious.
I mean, we got the food. Like, we don't have to.
I know.
I mean, it may be dangerous.
He kind of shrugs. If it is, I can deal with it. Do you think you could make it home?
I can, yeah.
If you cannot, just make some noise. I will come.
She nods, looks at the liquid individual, and then she's going to just start walking towards the house.
As Rune walks away, I'm gonna shoot my wings back out, fly up onto the rooftop it's on.
As you kind of do so, it goes into an immediate peculiar stance. It stands like a raptor. Not like the bird, but imagine an actual dinosaur raptor. Where it kind of has like the T-Rex arms, and just standing there. With a small, rather petite presence. As you kind of land on the top, You see instinctively thing stares at you and then stares at its back, and you see, similar to where your wing stems are, these small little bumps protrude outwards, and the liquid on her body begins to meld, similar to your wings, and then she notices you watching, and the liquid sinks back into her body. She stares at you.
Are you watching us?
It just kind of stands at you, and as you kind of say that question to it looks towards you with this face of non-understanding. It doesn't seem to understand you. It just kind of tilts its head quite a little bit. Just watches you peculiarly with its blue eyes.
I'm gonna move towards it. Slowly, kind of extending my hand out as I do so.
As you kind of do so, it kind of stares. As it kind of looks over towards you, what, I want to say mutations are out?
The only one that I would still have out would be the mandibles.
Cool. Similarly, at this point, the thing kind of points upwards. You see its really slim finger point towards your mandibles.
You do not like them?
It kind of just peers at you, not understanding that response. And it kind of brings it down. The hands come towards its own face and it pulls out part of its liquid. And the liquid forms into its own mandibles. It just stares at you, curious.
I kind of tilt my head back, and as I kind of crack my neck to the side, I'm going to retract them. Is that better?
As you kind of do so, it just stares at you. It sees you retract its mandibles. So it kind of pushes them back in the liquid. You see it ripple. It just stares at you. There's this almost childish giddiness, this intrigue. But there's a language barrier here. It can't seem to read behavior. It can't seem to read intent. It doesn't seem to understand language.
Like any language?
For now, you've only tried speaking to it in common, so you're not sure.
Alright, let's run through the list. I'm gonna speak, just say in common. Do you understand this? And as it doesn't respond, I'm gonna go through my other languages.
Try this.
In Infernal, I'm gonna say, what, this one? Celestial. Or this language?
Can you hear me now? Good.
As you kind of run through all of them, you notice that every time you switch over to a different language, it's almost as if a part of it responds, but it doesn't know that. It's more like a fluctuation in the liquid mesh of its body. It kind of ripples every time you say something in a certain language. But the actual face of this meld of liquid doesn't move. It just stares forward at you. Really curious.
I'm gonna sigh as I get through the end of my spoken languages. I'm gonna close my eyes, breathe in for a moment, and as I do so, I'm gonna open my eyes again, and and I'm going to use my telepathy. And if it understands any language, then it understands me. I'm just going to speak into its mind. So, do you understand anything?
As you kind of do that, there's this. It just responds back. It doesn't seem to understand what language or communication is, but there is a pondering. As it tries to imitate the sounds that you have. Eventually, it's confused and entertained at the same time. It reaches up. Oh God. It goes ahead and kind of takes its left hand and shoves it into its head and just kind of tinkers around in there. You feel your signal clashing, and you immediately feel a sense of danger as you know what your kit does.
What was it that it used?
Currently, it's modulating itself. And currently, it hasn't reached that point, but it's going to replicate your telepathy.
I just kind of shake my head and sigh. You cannot do anything here. I'm just gonna burst the wings out again and fly down and walk away.
As you kind of burst the wings out, it reciprocates and it sends out the wings. As you kind of land, it lands behind you and tracks the wings. It's crouched low to the ground. It follows you, almost like a stray dog or cat. It just blinks and stares at you.
As it does so, I'm gonna stop moving. I'm just gonna sit down and just stare at it and just wait.
As you kind of do so, it just looks back and it's in a rather peculiar state. Well, it wants to see more. It's confused. It kind of looks over towards you as you kind of just sit there and stare at it. It takes a couple steps over to the side, watering like a crab.
I'm just gonna sit and wait for it to kind of make any kind of communication back to me.
Eventually, it goes through a sequence of sitting down, trying to copy a position, failing, trying again, scrambling its mind again, until there is a reciprocating connection. It looks around. There's this Ghibli, so it doesn't have a mouth or nose, so facial expressions are weird, but its eyes kind of close inward, replicating a smile, a Ghibli child smile. It kind of taps on its brain and pulls the finger out of there. And after rippling cease, it connects the telepathy to you like you did it to it. And you just hear more sounds.
just gonna stare at it. Then through telepathy, or rather just in common, I'm just gonna say, please, do not follow me.
You just hear.
I'm gonna use telepathy this time. Do not follow me.
Do not.
I kind of point at it. And kind of point in a direction away from me. And then I'm gonna mime movement.
Marvin! Yeah? Will you
As
just
you
take
pull-
Joe out to the front?
Saying Katie.
Thank you.
As you kind of point in a direction, it's vaguely in the direction of a house. And then the thing looks at you. And it just lifts its hand upwards. And does a small grip as it does a quick pull inwards. It and the house, about 60 feet away, crashes about a foot in front of it.
Hmm?
She stares over towards you. Please do not.
I just kind of shake my head. It has no limbs, correct?
It's not actually liquid. It does have a feminine human body, like figure.
I'm gonna, once again, kind of mime walking on my hands. And then point away from myself and the home that I'm going to.
This point, it kind of nods its head over, tilts it. Please?
So you two speak language?
Do. Please?
Saf kind of just sighs and puts his head in his hand. He kind of paces back and forth in front of the creature and then mimes the walking sound, or the walking motion with his fingers, as if he's trying to connect the two words together, or the word and the action.
What's the word?
I'm trying to convey what walking is in basically like charades.
As you kind of do so, you kind of repeat the word over and over and over and over again. As you take steps, eventually you kind of follow suit along your side, just please do what?
I'm just gonna. Does it seem to have any recognition for any words that I've said?
Go ahead and insight check it.
Gross.
What we got?
13.
Generally, its demeanor is that of a child, perhaps even a toddler, a fetus, even. It has generally a lot of adaptability, but words and language are a thing it does not understand. And though you're trying to attempt to connect words together, it still sees it as a game. There is this primal feral word association where it's like, the image of this walking, the motion of it, does connect with the sound and pitch uttered when you say walk.
Okay. I'm gonna point to the slime. Then kind of point back to me. And I'm gonna take both my hands and kind of like I'm gonna like cross them in an X in front of my body and just shake my head and then point away from myself.
It just looks at you with this like really genuine curiosity, and it just looks over at you. It sees that X you do, and then it kind of looks over towards the house. It holds its right hand up like a blade, and draws an X in the air, and you see the house flush inwards, contort, and smash into an X as it drops to the ground. And then she kind of shakes her hand side to side, and the X skates across the floor, slamming into houses.
So
She just
it
giggles.
gets that, but it doesn't get me literally like miming walk with my fingers on my hand. Omega facepalm.
Hold your fire.
I'm just gonna sit on the ground
Lily
and just
Katie.
stare at it. And I'm just gonna wait for it to communicate with me.
It just takes the time and just kind of keeps slamming the makeshift X out of wood into the left and right houses. They just make a shit ton of noise that everyone in the house hears.
I mean, no
Oh,
one
yeah.
will say anything.
I'm just gonna keep heading towards the house because I'm assuming he's fighting.
Cool, close enough. You eventually get back to the house as that charades is happening. You enter the building as you kind of peer over towards the rest of your family. They're all there. Like, well, Maizel's in the study. Ra is somewhere. But, you do see Alan and T. Or at least part of T.
Wait, when is this in the timeline?
This is all simultaneous. So,
Oh,
this would have been
okay.
right after you decided to dip to go train.
And my Zoe went back
Never mind.
inside, or wasn't she training?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
no. So that is all simul. Weird. Okay, no. For simplicity's sake, let's say you walk to the house and instead you just see myself training there. Easier.
Okay. Hey, Maisel.
So this is after all the mind fuckery.
Yeah. You're. It's like you're training, and then Alan was watching you, and T's like just clipping in the back.
Fucking. Can I describe my training real quick? Like
No.
what he started doing. Okay.
You train. Enough said.
If
Imagine.
that's how it is.
Also, no.
You're training again. Are you feeling okay?
There's a lot more I have to do, but I'm a little better, yes.
Any progress with Kingslayer?
A little bit. I may have pissed him off, though. She smiles as she says that.
Well, not doing any better with Bio either.
You didn't make a promise to make him eat his own words, did you?
No, but I, what do you think we should do?
I honestly don't know. All I know is Blood March, and it seems like
Because
staying
what
here may not be the best choice.
I'm looking at is there's not a lot of food in Blood March, at least. Not a lot of wildlife that I have seen so far. There are. You said that you lived in Blood March for a while, right?
She nods.
And I guess I didn't realize how bad it was to not find other foods besides people. And I see that that might be the norm here. And I don't know if I could ever do that. So I don't know how long I could last here. But I was hoping that we would leave Blood March, but together. But I feel like Bio's adding more to this deal than I thought. I just wanted to keep the plan was to keep the family together, but it's gonna be hard to keep it together in Blood March. It's a cage. It's just another cage. And supplies are dwindling, and people are just gonna fight and kill each other over and over for the limited resources or just for food by eating each other.
She looks over at Alan and T for a moment.
He was listening to all this, and it just when she mentioned people eating each other, it just made him look squeamish.
So it's either you leave Blood March, we stay in Blood March, but we find vegetation. We find, I don't know, corns, just any vegetables that we can grow in the garden and make a garden here. Livestock.
She kind of laughs at that comment.
Oh, what?
It'd be the prettiest house in Bloodmarch. But she again looks over at Alan and T. Maybe staying here isn't a good idea.
But what if Bio wants us to stay? I don't know why. I was hoping we could leave Bloodmarch and then maybe work with him outside of this place that just feeds into what he believes. It's hard to fight against that if I'm surrounded by it. But again, I can't control him, nor is he with me. He's out there wandering. He says the only thing he knows how to do is to destroy, and I don't want to believe that. That's the only thing he's capable of. I don't believe that.
Then
If
maybe
he's
we
surrounded by Bloodmarch, it's just gonna force him to keep doing the things that he's used to doing.
Then maybe we should show him that Bloodmarch isn't all there is. I mean, feels weird to say that because it's all I know. But I do know there are other places out there.
I'll get everybody else's opinion. First, she looks at Alan and T. Um,
It's a dangerous place here. I know you want to help Bio and maybe make something of this house. But we know in 5 days there are people going to come after us.
I wouldn't let Vile determine the rest of your life. Especially if letting him determine that means it'll be significantly shortened.
I just feel like there's something. I just have this feeling. No, what if we can't give? Like, I feel like there's other people like us out there who probably don't want to be here. Do people... She, like, looks at myself. Do people leave Bloodmarch constantly?
His story. It's advantage on the history.
20.
In your knowledge, Bloodmarch has a strange place. So, the Bloodmarch has the territories of Guillotine on the west, Typhoon on the east. The perimeter around is owned by Red Harbor. But then the direct vicinity around it, geography is really decrepit. like all the life around there is wicked. Imagine like a witchwood, where everything has a life of its own. Not particularly violent, but just mischievous, as everything has a life of its own. As the people leaving in and out, it's rather strange. Leaving has been heard of before. Like, as long as you're strong enough or nimble enough or stealthy enough, you can get past Red Harbor. They're essentially like a noob slaying guild, and as long as you bypass them, you do venture outward into the Witchwood surrounding the forest. But no one that leaves ever comes back, or at least you've never met anyone that has left and chosen to come back. So to you, it's just stories. It's more like the blanket standard assumption. He got out of the town, but probably died.
Wait, just a question. How did we get like, say if we weren't from Blood March, how did we get here?
So that depends on which direction you came from. Usually, if you're just kind of running frantically, you can enter Drew and out with the Witchwood area relatively easily. Probably notice a shit ton of like living trees and shit that not really attacks you, just cracks jokes every now and then that you don't understand because you're not a druid. But then as you and for your state, Ruin,
So a guy
if you
walked
really
into a tree.
and then you would have essentially ran Drew here in a state of panic and anxiety, where the living forest would have just skyrocketed your panic and anxiety to the point where you just kept running until you reached something of relative understanding. And in terms of how you got your Red Harbor, there's definitely times where you probably got attacked, but either you chose a really lucky route through Red Harbor, you found an opening, like through Red Harbor's territory, they were preoccupied, or they just let you through. You're not sure which. It could be any of those options.
Mizell looks to the ground after being asked that question. She kind of frowns and there's a guilty look on her face. Most people that try usually end up dead. The Red Harbor that surrounds Bloodmarch, the main family, I guess, they usually don't let people out, and if you can get past them, well, I'm sure you've seen the woods, but they're not the only ones you should be worried about. I, myself, well, one of the me's, we've killed people who've tried to leave in the past. So
Were you born in Red Harbor?
she shakes her head. I was never part of any family. Not for very long, anyway. My first family, that was my actual mother and father, my actual siblings. Not a family in the sense that Blood March sees it, but a biological family. One eventually tainted by the ways of Blood March. I think leaving is a good idea, but she looks towards Alan and T and at the house. Then she looks back at Rune and down at herself. It's not something I think any of us are ready to even try. Not even... I don't think even Ra would be able to.
So, just okay. So, leaving right now is, or leaving anytime soon, isn't an option. Then we don't have. If that's true, then we don't have the supplies or experience to get out without either getting lucky or we should try to at least team up with Galantine. If they could just take us in for your lower family. I don't know what that implies. But hopefully that's the best option. Where's Raw?
She kind of chuckles. Where do you think?
She looks at Alan.
He's off doing his own training.
Alan, can you do that little trick you did?
I mean, yeah, I think I can do it. And he's been carrying around his little sword, like on the hem of his, he had like wrapped it around his, what's that called? His suspenders. And he takes it out, and then he holds out the sword and slowly lets go of it, just letting it telekinetically float. Then he takes a deep breath, and as he remembers the stances that Ra had taught him, but then he notices T and takes a couple steps away from him before
1 second.
before he starts. He's first gonna do the first stance before moving into the stab.
Okay, I'm back.
Die.
Stay where you are, T.
No, get closer to Alan. Don't worry about it.
All right, so he's redoing what the training he was being taught with the sword, but he isn't touching the sword. He's doing it telekinetically.
Hey, Maisel. Um,
Mazel steps closer to Rune.
um, I went out looking for food, and I came across a family of, well, a corpse of a family, and I think Bio killed them, and one of them was just kids, no older, maybe even younger than Alan. And the mother was pregnant.
She frowns. It's before I would have been excited to hear that. Would have wanted to know where. But now that things are a little more clear for me, all I can really say, even from my own experience, from my own enjoyment in taking life, it's best not to pay attention to other families, especially not to those details, because it happens so much here that if you always take the time to look at things like that, you'll never have the time to. You won't have the time to keep yourself alive. It's. It's cold, and I know you don't want to hear this, but the only people you should care about, at least here, are yourself and your own family. And the only reason you should care about anyone else is because they're trying to kill you, and you're trying to kill them before they can kill you.
I, I found food, but I mean, it's Jim shows her one of the baby packets of food.
Like, is it actual food or human food?
It's baby food.
Oh, it's baby food. Like actual
Bobble
baby food.
food.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think even Alan would enjoy eating that. But it's better than nothing.
Oh, well, this is just for today. I'll put it all together, and we'll eat this for today. But this will only lasts for everybody, just today.
Then tomorrow we should go fishing.
Okay.
And
Do you know where the bodies of water are?
she should. Andy.
He's dead.
Great.
died.
DM's dead.
One. He's charging his mic. Why does his mic die so quickly? I'm sorry. That's just bad mic.
Oh. Does Mizell know where any...
Y'all were RPing, so I just preemptively charged it more, so it's better.
Yay!
That's
But
fair.
Are you
What do you-
looking
Power
at
of
my
RP.
pictures? How dare you?
What do you
I
say?
say you looking at my pictures.
I mean, how can we not?
Anyways,
How can we not? You've
what,
seen
what was the thing I was asked?
Does Mizell know where the bodies of water in Blood March are? More
Survival history.
specifically, the best one to go fishing in.
Survival history check.
History. Regular or
You would have advantage because you've been here.
23?
Cool. So bodies of waters are kind of strange here. Bodies of waters are really particularly dangerous because whenever you go to a place that seems relatively safe, someone either drowns you, kills you, eats you in there. That or the water itself is particularly dangerous. Fishing per se, if you want like a water body that you would get actual fish from, like actual fish, you'd be able to head over to one. And this one has a strange name. This one is called
Dire
spelled right,
Lake.
Mongrose Lake. Basically, you go over here, and if you're weak, you're basically asking to get shanked, tossed in the water. But it has actual fish. Other than that, the other one, the other one's a lot more stranger. This one's called Pus Black. This is where you would actually get dire fish, and plausibly other shit. Fishing gear is dangerous because if you use a regular fishing pole, the fish might pull you in there and eat you instead. Fishing dire fish is particularly dangerous. For you, it's this dangerous cat and mouse game of, do I catch you first and stab you before you stab me? Because you're essentially putting your life on the line, and who knows what the fuck else is in the actual water. It's called Pus Black because the water is actually pus black in color, like tar.
I'll take Shaking Lake.
She looks around, looking in the general direction of Pus Black. Well, we could try to get more dire fish.
I prefer we try to get something more safer to eat.
She turns and looks in the direction of Mongrel's Lake. I mean, safer to eat? Sure, but actually getting the fish or getting to the lake? Not so safe.
There's traps, people.
People.
Oh, well, maybe Ron and Safloran can come with us, and if we all stick together, maybe we can just get in, get some fish, and get out. Just a few scraps. Somebody, when I was out there, she looks at Alan just to make sure he's not listening.
He's
We
still
did
doing his routine.
we did run into a couple people out there, and I guess they set a trap for me. I mean, Safloran came just in time before they sprung it, but
Knowing
I don't
him,
know.
I don't think it was just in time. Probably lying in wait.
Well, somebody was pretending to be a dead body.
I never thought to try that.
Don't try it. We tried to attack. Well, we tried to destroy the body because I thought, well, I assuming he was in pain, but I guess it was just an illusion or something.
Yeah, that's more everyday occurrences here.
Well, I mean, there's a girl. I don't know. When we saw her, she just ran off. But it seemed like she knew him, the guy who sprang the trap. But she just ran off as soon as she saw us. I don't know what that means, but
It means
do you know we're here?
one of two things. We should either be aware, or they realized that they were too weak.
I don't know. The guy, he wanted to fight us even though, well, he wanted me. He didn't want to fight Safloran. So he tried to bargain with Safloran to sell me off, but
Yeah, don't leave the house without someone else again, please.
Bio was out there. I was just really following him.
But would he protect you if it came down to it?
I should prepare the food.
I know you mean well, but at least until we can find a way to leave, if we can find a way to leave, please never be on the streets alone.
I won't do it again.
She smiles and gives Rune a hug. We'll talk more about fishing later. And don't worry, I won't take us to the dire fish.
Thank you.
You guys weren't even looking.
Uh,
He at this point, you see he has stopped and he's like looking at Maizel and Rune with his arms crossed, looking kind of pouty.
like you're doing great, Alan.
No, I was watching you for the last 20 seconds. You weren't even looking.
Because I know you're natural. I am never gonna be as good as you are.
Come on, roll an insight check on that. Bullshitting me.
Sure. And a child even sees you lies? Huh.
Damn.
Okay. I'm just gonna.
Cool.
Zoop. Okay.
Wait, did that really happen?
Yes.
Hey!
Oh, by 1 point.
Aww. He's gonna look around myself. I don't like that she puts herself down like that.
I'm gonna check the baby food and see how much is I actually have.
Check the expiration dates. It's all like 10 years old.
Oh god. She would give her baby freaking 10-year-old baby food. Yeah, the containers that they're in, what containers were they in?
Charging headphones.
What?
What containers were the baby food in?
You know, like the small little baby containers? Like really tiny?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, they're like those small ceramic? I don't remember.
And
Like
I'm
the
gonna
Gerber
open one
baby
of
food?
Yes.
I'm gonna open
Oh.
one of them. How good does it look?
For the most part, the seal is still on. You look around for the expiration date, and it says, "Lol, you think I do time?" But as you kind of peer over towards it, it's preserved. It's actually recent, as in it may have been gotten earlier this week. It's doesn't fit the area around here at all because this place is really decrepit and poor, and food is a scarcity. You
What
don't think there isn't
flavor are
2 strawberry, 1 orange, 1 grape, and this place is really decrepit and poor. There isn't really a manufacturing company around here to make baby food like this, so it's strange to have it. It seems as if it's the help of a patron, possibly. Not like a literal warlock patron, but someone.
Abaddon? Where are you? She's going to so 2 strawberry, 1 orange, 1 grape. So 4. She looks at She looks at T and then towards the door. I guess that's enough for everyone. Rations. Yeah, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody gets one. Brock can fend for himself.
Yes.
And Saffron doesn't eat baby food. Plus, there's still a leg in a furnace, so.
I mean, he eats half of that.
Okay, she goes to the door and she just opens it and it's like, Alan?
He looks over and then he was like content, but then as soon as he sees her, he pouts.
Well, we have some rations.
Rations?
I know it's not much, but just for today.
Where did you get that?
It's from Abaddon.
You saw Abaddon?
He left it behind.
I mean, I am pretty hungry.
It's not much.
No, it's okay. I mean, you can't be picky.
He just ruffles his hair.
Ah.
Okay, well, there's 3 flavors. There's the, kind of like, she's kind of nervous, but even though, like, he gave that answer, she's still kind of nervous before showing him. And she's like, yeah, there's 3 flavors. There's strawberry, there's orange, and there's grape. Which one do you want? She shows the baby.
He looks like mush. Which one do you think I would like?
Well, I like strawberry.
Do you mind if I have that one?
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
Oh, okay. And
See,
he holds his hands out.
Sia gives him the strawberry, and she looks around for like utensils. Andy, we have utensils, right? Say yes.
No.
The utensil drawer has a question mark. For Raw's use only.
It's okay.
Wait.
God gave us hands.
Oh wait, never mind. You would have them because Abaddon.
Oh yeah.
Bless the soul.
Yeah. She gets a spoon for Alan. Here you go.
Thank you. And you just see the spoon kind of like as soon like just come out of her hand and float by itself. I got it. And he's gonna start walking back to the table. Little spoon friend following him.
Mazel, Which one do you want?
She just reaches over and points at the orange one.
She hands you the orange one and a spoon.
And T can get the medicine flavor.
Fuck off.
You're just gonna kind of just silently just slide the strawberry into her hand and kind of just slides it over the grape over to the corner for T to get. Just like puts it, just puts the just puts a spoon on top of it, and she just smiles at you. Rather flavors.
And I just I look at it, and I'm like, fuck this. I'm not about to use a spoon for this. I just take it like a shot.
Okay, she puts the spoon back, and she just goes over to and starts eating. As she's walking over, she's already like eating it at the spoon and walking over to the table. Kind of just with one hand, she prestidigitates the table because Abaddon's was laying on it.
You mean Safari?
That too.
I mean, Safar and God damn it. They're brothers, I swear.
Yeah, as soon as Rune joins and he sees that T already chugged it, he goes, "Thank you for the food." And he gets the floating spoon and he just starts eating.
I don't hear any more explosions.
More spoilers.
Yeah, Abaddon was
Safari.
Safarin was he saw something and he wanted to interact with it, and I'm guessing he's trying to kill it.
Well, that's not good.
I thought he'll be back by now. I'm kind of getting worried. And scene.
Cool. Swiggles. Robert, as the thing kind of gets bored, it kind of drops the house. And just kind of like waves its hand multiple times at the X before it just deletes. You just hear just sits back, sits in front of you, and just stares.
I'm just gonna shake my head at it.
It just kind of blinks a couple times, and it just shakes its head.
I'm just gonna sigh. Stand there, kind of watching it. I'm gonna pick up a rock. Are there rocks?
There's always rocks.
I'm pick up a rock
Is he on a roof?
and throw it at it.
It's kind of just like toss the rock towards it. It just kind of sinks into its body. And it kind of just blinks a couple times and stares at you. And then it kind of picks up a rock and tosses it at you.
I'll just take it.
It just kind of hits your body.
Eat the rock.
It kind of just looks at you, disappointed. Kind of just slumps on the ground. It just stares. You see its eyes just kind of getting bored. It's waiting for you to do something fun.
Just gonna sit back down again. Try to make a shooing motion with my hands.
As you kind of do so, it kind of sees this. dinks, kind of does a shooting motion with its hands, and just deletes the space between you and 5 feet behind of you, and sends you 5 feet back. And then it crawls 5 feet forward, so now you're 25 feet away from the house.
Just shake my head at it.
It just shakes in response and tilts its head over to the side.
I have a disappointed scowl on my face.
Disappointed.
I'm just gonna sit patiently, just wait.
And do so. It eventually just kind of just sits down, waiting for some reaction.
I just stare at it.
As you kind of just stare at it, eventually just kind of blinks a couple times. It just gets bored. Eventually, it just kind of just looks at you, stands up, sits back down, lays on its side, clips into the floor, stands back up, stares at you.
I just kind of patiently return the stare. I'm just waiting for something to happen, basically.
At this point, just kind of just sits down, just crosses his leg, and as it does so, it thinks. It stares at you, and it sees your displeasement, and it takes its hand, kind of scoots closer next to you, and brings its claw-like silver hand up towards your head.
I just shake my head as it does so.
Looks disappointed. It scoots back, and then it just looks at you, upset that you didn't let it do what it wanted to do.
How bored does it look?
On a scale from 1 to 10, it's at about a 7.
Perfect.
Go home.
Just gotta wait it out till it leaves me the fuck alone.
This is the quality roleplay you wanted.
This is what I fucking live for. I'm just gonna stay seated and just keep staring at it.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it's like everything I can tell is it's a kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kids get fucking bored, then they go do something else.
That is true.
Hey.
At some point, after the long stretch of waiting time, you see the literal meter go from 7 to 8 to 9. Sees a bird, goes to 2. It would slowly ramp back up.
For fuck's sake, damn it! Feels how I'm not giving this thing any of my shit. I'm just gonna sit and wait. I'm waiting that shit out.
Eventually, you just watch the meter fluctuate every now and then as, ooh, look, a butterfly. Gradually, it does fill up, and eventually it finally hits up 10. And the thing just kind of blinks a couple times. You see it one more time. It kind of just bends its head a little bit, sticks its finger, sinks in its head, and kind of fiddles it around. This time more methodically. And as it kind of readjusts, potato.
It said table.
Close enough.
I
You
heard
just stare.
potato.
Also close enough. It fiddles around once more, a couple more times as it readjusts. You see it kind of fiddle around. Ooh, ooh, reality. The fitness gram. Push-ups. Staircase.
Fuck.
Just rotates around more so and more so as it kind of just fiddles around. Eventually, kind of pulls its finger out, blinks a couple times. Its eyes crest open, and for the first time, there's almost a maturity in its stance. I'm gonna leave now. Bye, brother. And fucks off.
Y'all, just as a heads up, I have to go at like 2. I have work in the
Okay,
morning.
Gavin, I mean Reese.
Hey.
You did not.
Hey.
I
So
will
you gonna
buy
do it.
and sell you on eBay.com.
Bro, that's an ad and a half. Holy shit. How do you feel, Reese?
Too real.
And
Too real.
I think that's more
This-
like 5 ads at this point.
the individual just kind of looks at you, waves, and with an actual like maturity to the step this time, kind of walks away, just slowly. It thinks and it's like, oh wait, I can fly. As you see, like she point a finger up in the sky, and then the wings flap outwards, and she bolts into the sky and disappears.
Robbie, you just got here with the long con. How do you feel?
So how long did that take?
About an hour of your day.
I mean, he's cool with that.
It's fine. It felt way longer.
He's just gonna stand up, kind of stretch, and just start slowly walking back towards the house. But before he gets within eyesight of the house, is just gonna kind of look up into the sky and just say, "Is there a way for me to know if I am on the correct pathway? Or do I just have to guess until I figure something out?"
Cool.
Sick. I run my hand through my hair as well, just kind of brushing against the card that has been buzzing. Alright, I guess I'll walk back to the house.
As you kind of bring your hand up, you kind of do so, and you bring your hand up towards the card, grabbing towards it. Has a slight red glow to it.
The card does?
The card has a slight glow to it.
Do I have any clue of what the activation condition of these cards are?
Nope. Wooly hasn't told you shit.
Fuck yeah. I assume I probably don't want to eat these. That's probably unoptimal.
Slightly better than a jawbreaker.
Eat
Yeah,
him anyway.
that's like insta dead.
That hasn't stopped you before.
Bro, for science, hit him with.
I'm gonna.
For science, he says.
Oh, is it like how strong? How red is the glow?
there's this like budding glow, as in it's more present than it is, and it gives off this light radiance of heat. It's really really mild though. Like imagine eh, like a distant lighter. I don't fucking know. It's a small spark, small fucking spark.
And this is the one that she said would tell me when I'm going in the right direction.
Hmm.
Great. Vague as fuck. I like it. If I like move like 30 feet closer to the house, can I like tell if it gets stronger or less strong?
At this point, it seems as if you walking back and forth does nothing to it. It's not like a priming device that finds you a hot spring or metal. It's more of a you've done something. Whatever the card resembles, it's awake. And eventually it might actually tell you something coherent.
Okay. So I'm just gonna wander back to the house and just kind of mumble to myself. Just, hey, perhaps one day we can find a way to move in the direction we wish to travel. With that, I'm gonna kind of make my way back to the house. From the exterior of the house, does it look like it's totally gone to shit?
From the exterior of the house, there's severe wood damage at this point. Like there's just it's like someone has been repeatedly bashing themselves against the wall, but methodically. Because my Zo training.
Okay. In that case, I'm just
I
gonna.
keep throwing the raw at me.
I'm just gonna walk inside quietly to see everyone lined up at the table except Ra, wherever the fuck he is. I'm just gonna look at him, make eye contact with everyone.
As soon as Alan sees him, he's like, here's mouthful, so he just waves rapidly.
He is going to like smile and do a handstand and end up in his alternate pocket dimension again. Please delete my icon.
Oh, okay, he presses X.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Yes.
I hope, like, I heard a lot of explosions shortly after I left you.
Maybe a few buildings, but otherwise, all is good.
Fewer buildings?
I was putting things into a place so that I could get back here. There were some buildings involved, yes.
He's trying to make sense of that.
Saf's just gonna start making his way upstairs.
Saf just went exploring. You saw something, you wanted to check it out.
As he kind of goes up the stairs, he kind of looks back. It was unremarkable.
Well, I mean, at least he's back and he's okay.
Oh, did you want any? She kind of looks at the half-eaten baby food.
The baby food? He just kind of looks at you. I do not require any food, so no, I'm alright.
Next time.
He's gonna reach the top of the stairs, burst his wings out again, sigh. He's gonna fly up to the rafters in the second floor.
He's gonna get up. You kind of hear that. Chains. Something just falls asleep.
But in the second floor rafters?
No. It's like, what sounds like it's from there? It's more like it's exclusively above you.
And it said, like, watch the chains?
In not distorted speak.
Black chains. Why is everything watching me? Jesus Christ.
It always feels like someone's watching me.
I
Are
see
there
what you
any
mean, my friend.
windows in the rafters?
What?
Are there any windows in the kind of area that the rafters are in, and or an exit onto the roof?
If you punch the wall hard enough, you can make one.
But there's not one that just exists standardly?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna look up at the ceiling and the rafters, and I'm just gonna say at like normal volume. I'm not whispering, but I'm also not screaming. I suppose you are looking at me as well. Am I in the toy for everyone to examine?
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night. I'll talk tomorrow.
Goodbye.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
He just begins going around making these noises. Chains.
Can I tell if it's inside the,
No, this
the
is in your
building
hair.
or if it's on the roof?
No, this is in your hair, my dude.
Oh, this is in my hair.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like legitimately on the
No,
roof.
no. It's because it's in your hair, and your hair is above your head, you know?
Oh my god.
You just fucking mind gamed the fuck out of me. I was just like, oh fuck, he's on the roof, duh. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna rustle around and pull. Is there one card that like feels warmer than the other?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pull the warm one.
As you kind of just pull it out, like, as you kind of just, it just kind of...
You fool, my hair contains no pathetic cards.
As you kind of do so, you just kind of pull out this strange card, and at the front, fuck a joke out. Shit.
It's so bad.
Oh, it's so good. Creature looks like this. The front of the card.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
Mm-hmm. As you do so, it just kind of flaps around, like in the card.
Are you trying to exit the card which you held?
Chains.
Obviously, I have 2 of those, yes? You know this? Can you say other words? Or just black chain?
It kind of just stares at you. Blink, blink, blink.
I kind of spin the card so it can see the area that I'm in. And I'm gonna like do a circle. Is this enough space for you?
Sahib.
Alright, well, I have no clue what that means. I guess I'm gonna chain bind to it.
As you kind of take your 2 chains out and they attach to the car explodes out into this red flash, and this strange creature, resembling a token, lands on the floor, and it's really fucking tiny, like shoulder
Nice.
height.
So it's like basically the same size as the card.
Yes, it's really tiny.
Hell.
He kind of just looks around. Black chains.
Yes. I have chains.
Black chains. And at this point, it kind of looks at you, looks at the chains, looks back at you, looks downstairs. Chain.
Look. It's looking downstairs?
Chain.
I'm gonna chain to this creature, whatever the hell it is. Just see what happens.
It's hilarious because your chain's bigger than it. As you kind of just chain towards it and it kind of just like slinks in, you kind of connect to it. It just looks at you, looks back downstairs. Chain.
Okay, let's establish the system really quickly. If I ask you a question and the answer is yes, you say the word black. If the answer is no, you say the word chain.
Black chain.
Do you understand what I just said?
Black chain.
Yes, no.
He just sighs. I hate you doing this. It is such a pain in the ass. And I'm going to use telepathy. So if it understands a language, even if that language is black chain, I guess, it understands what I'm saying. And I'm just going to say, I apologize, but I am going to need you to be a little more descriptive, besides using only the word black and chain.
It just kind of looks at you. Blink, 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 blink. Black chain. Use. Oh.
See, now we are getting somewhere.
Use. Chain. Oh. Looks down. Looks back at you. Oh.
Okay, I will go downstairs. Can other people see you, or are you exclusive to myself?
Black chain. Oh, wait. Yes.
I hate this thing.
No, shut up, it's cute.
It said yes. I'm gonna fucking explode. Jesus Christ.
Black chain. Yes.
He just starts to rub the bridge of his nose. Oh, can other people see you?
Yes.
Forgot black
Okay.
chains.
You need me to go downstairs and use my chains on what or who?
All of them. Yes.
At the same time? Or
Yep. All of them.
you know I have a
Chains.
limitation on the number of chains I can use?
Black. Chains.
By the way, Safflorin, black chains.
He just continues to kind of rub the bridge of his nose. Moving forward.
Okay. It moves forward.
If I ask you a question and you're not going to use words other than black and chain, black means yes and chain means no, alright?
Okay.
Okay. You know, do you have the ability to create supernatural darkness?
Blink, 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 blink. Black.
Yes.
Blackness, can you do that?
It just nods its head. Chain.
No.
I'm gonna fucking blow up. Jesus Christ. Ugh.
Nods his head no.
I'm just gonna look at him. Do you have a name?
Neva.
Okay. I require. When you ask me to bind with the chains, do I need to bind with all four?
All of them.
I cannot do that.
You can.
No, I
All of
cannot.
them. Black chains.
At best, I have access to 3, not 4.
Black chains. Just make more.
I cannot.
Do it.
It is literally magical ink that has been infused onto my skin.
Get more.
I'm pretty sure they do not have this in Blood March.
Kind of just like thinks for a second. There's more chains.
It would not be my chains, however.
More chains.
So they do not have to be my chains.
More chains.
So if I just were to wrap someone in chains, that fulfills what you need me to do?
More chains. Another monster. Here. More chains.
There's another creature here that can use more chains?
Yes.
About a tether. That's a chain.
Kind of just
Another...
flops around.
Is the creature another one with stunning intelligence?
Black chain.
Katie. Chain. Blink, blink.
What do I get out of this from connecting with everyone?
More chains.
I gain more?
More chains.
And why do I want that?
More chains.
He just starts to rub his forehead now. Is there a reason that I should not just bite you and make you be quiet?
Blink, blink. Black chains.
Do you want to sleep? I can make you sleep.
Just stares at you. It just kind of points at you. Can't.
No, it literally will stop your heart.
I don't have one.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Okay, so I go downstairs and I connect myself to as many people as I can. And then I gain the ability to use, as you say, more chains.
More chains.
You can use other words. Why do you not?
Blink, blink. Shrug.
He's just gonna sigh. Could you at least get on my shoulder so that they do not kill you on sight?
He just kind of like looks over at you. Just kind of does so. He kind of reaches over towards his side, and this smaller version of Black Chains fires out, grapples to your shoulder, and staples itself onto your shoulder. Black Chains.
Yes. Black chains. He's gonna shoot the wings out, fly back downstairs, and then he's gonna go back down the stairs. Once he gets down here, he's gonna look at the fucking thing sitting on his shoulder and just say, "Is everyone?"
You were just hearing Rune saying bath and Alan going, but I mean, right now.
Yes, right now. Come on. I'll start the water. Just see what you can wear.
And he kind of looks back. Oh, Safarian!
So I look back at the creature on my shoulder. Is this everyone that you speak of?
Everyone what?
No, this is not.
No. She kind of, at this point, as Rune steps out, the thing just looks over at her with this cheesy. It literally looks like an OO. So, literally. It just kind of blinks at Rune, points at her, memory. Points at Alan, puppet. Points over at Myzel, no idea.
Wait. So it said memory when it pointed to Rune. It said what when it pointed to Ellen?
Puppet.
Audit?
Puppet.
Oh, puppet.
Oh.
And then pointed at Myzel, said no idea. I kind of look at Myzel and just pause. I understand what you said about all three of them. Okay. Wonderful.
What is that?
This is an ally. I believe supposed to lead me somewhere that I need to go.
You find the strangest things so far.
It was a gift.
That's so
You can
cute.
see there's this kind of contorted look of pain on his face as he says that.
They remind me of my spider friends.
Very similar to the face you make when you got as a kid you got a gift from a family member and it was just something that you super didn't want. That's the look on his face right now. And you had to say to their face, "I love it." That's his face right now. It wants me to connect my chains to all of you, and I believe Ra as well.
Okay.
There's a small problem, which is that I can only connect to 3 people at a time.
Would my tether work?
Wait. Why does it want you to do that?
I do not ask questions, but it should help. Asking questions is not very helpful here.
Okay. But
Yes,
okay. Would a tether work?
I kind of look at the creature on my shoulder. Would something that is not black or chains work?
No.
Fucking hell. Okay, you know, let's just try this. I kind of look at the creature. You said you could cause black, yes?
Black chain.
No, just black.
Ken thinks for a second. It kind of just shakes its head. Chain.
I'm just gonna sigh, and as I'm just gonna kind of flex my wings and kind of create a small patch of shadow underneath them. That when I kind of stand underneath, the kind of chains on my back, they start to glow like a faint teal color through his clothing, and as they kind of trace their way outwards, a third chain kind of materializes He's gonna connect to Rune, Ellen, and Myzel.
Um,
Um,
He's gonna look at the creature.
At this
she's
point,
gonna poke at the chain.
you kind of just
It feels like ink.
at this point, as you kind of do so, the thing just slithers down. It uses its own black chains, grapples to the floor, and slaps on the floor. It looks up. Yap, yap, yap. It kind of jumps up. You see, like your chain is like about plausibly maybe half a foot off the ground, but it's too tiny to reach.
Wait, so it's like jumping to try to like grab onto my chain.
Ye.
I'm just gonna like slide my foot over as if like giving it a stool.
Oh, now you're gonna like step on it.
I want to desperately, but I
no.
can't.
As you kind of do so,
Let
it
me
kind of
just give
goes.
you a little kick.
As you kind of do so, you kind of give that little stool, and it goes up. It yap, yap, yap. And on the third jump, it jumps up and slices your chain in half. It
What the fuck is the point of having me use it if you're going to cut it?
at this point, it runs over to the other one. Yap, 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 yap.
Why are you cutting them?
More chains,
This serves no purpose.
more chains.
I kind of just go and I'm gonna pick him up and just like put him directly in, like grab him with my hand and just hold him directly in front of a chain.
As you kind of do so, he just, with a quick motion, slices the chain as it.
Before he has a chance to say anything, I'm gonna put him in front of the next chain.
In quick succession, he slices the chain as it clatters down once more.
Oh, what is going on?
I have no idea.
He's breaking the chains. Oh.
Wait, is it that like important?
I mean, I assume that I still possess most of the abilities for them.
But your chains are.
Don't you also like knowing what you're getting into before you do something?
Yeah, you got on me about that.
I believe I can trust this one.
I know. Look at him. He's so cute. He can't be bad.
Well, that is not the reason, but sure.
Myzel just sort of sighs and pats Alan on the head.
Sure, Violet was cute. Everybody would say her.
No, that
What,
is
did
not
you
the
say
case at all.
something?
No.
I
Violet was
kind of look
cute.
at this creature. Are we done here?
At this point, it just like shakes its head. One more.
So you need me to go to bind to him, and you cut that one?
Is he
Yee.
asking for someone else?
He's asking for a...
Oh,
Where is he?
he went outside the train. Hasn't been back.
Okay, wonderful.
I mean, I don't think he left the house.
I look
Maybe
back.
when check.
Are the chains still on the ground?
Correct. They are split in half.
Okay. Like the one that broke that was cut off. What is this? I'm gonna try to pick one up.
You can reach down. It definitely feels like ink, and they are shaved in half, so they don't have the regular chain shape. They are just cut in half down the middle.
Oh.
Oh, like cut long ways.
Yeah, not off.
Oh. So it... Okay, that makes more sense.
More chain.
Hey, he's making more chains. If you can call these chains to kind of half off.
More chains.
More are still chains. You'll hurt his
I
feelings.
kind of look back to the creature on my shoulder. We are done here?
No.
I know we are not done, but we are done with these three.
She kind of looks at the other three. Just looks at each of them. Looks over at Alan. Looks at something behind him. Looks back at Alan. Looks back at Saf. Puppet.
Puppet?
I need to commit
Puppet.
to that as well.
No. I'm just saying. Puppet.
But I am done here.
He kind of just nods its head. Puppet.
Is he
You're
saying
being-
me?
He's saying you're
Alan?
being puppeteered. Do not worry about it.
What
gonna
if he
start walking.
means? Okay.
Wait, what wasn't? Doesn't he only speak in Cephalin's head though?
No.
Oh, no.
He was
No,
saying
no,
that
no.
out
The thing gargles out the actual sounds.
Oh, okay.
A puppet, huh? Alan seems to. It seems that kind of hurt his feelings a little bit.
No, you're not a puppet. You are the puppeteer. Like that. Like you're puppeting your swords.
I kind of hear that from the door. No, he's been puppeteered.
God damn it.
I kind of look at the creature on my shoulder. That's correct, right?
He kind of looks at you. Shrug. Puppet. I see. Puppet.
Exactly. The young one is the puppet.
No. Puppet.
When he said that, he left.
Seth kind of shrugs his shoulders. Whatever you say. Now, where is the other one that I need to connect my chains to?
He just kind of looks around. Chains.
You are useless, you know that?
Black.
Do I see Ra?
Perception check.
That's a negative, Chief.
Classic. So you just did your classic go walk away. I love it. That's the Ra I know and love. I'm just gonna sit down.
RP Raw back.
I'm just gonna sit down in front of the door and just wait. I'm gonna look at the creature on my shoulder. I suppose we are in this for the long haul then.
He kind of just like stares over towards you. And like the first time he actually doesn't say chains, he just stares at you. He stares at like your now split in half 6 chains. They grow back. More chains. Then cut. More chains. Then cut. More chains. Then cut. More chains. More
How many
chains.
times can you cut chains?
It just kind of tilts its head over towards you. Chains.
Very well. Is there a purpose to this besides having more?
Kind of just looks over towards you. You. Chains. Points at the rest of them. Why stay?
Did he say why stay?
Mm-hmm.
You're asking why I stay here?
Black.
I do not know. I am trying to find a way to leave.
Why?
Because I do not belong here.
No one does.
I do not belong in this family.
What is a family?
Do not worry about it.
and stares at you. Was meant to be metaphorical.
Oh. I do not know. I believe that is the problem.
Then figure out. Simple. You currently nothing lost. Nothing but chains. Black chains. You chain self. No freedom. Just chains. Nothing.
Okay. I understood what that meant. You are correct.
Just kind of stares at you. Currently nothing. Wander. Eat. Kill. Boring. Useless. Nothing like pink hair.
I assume pink hair is referring to Mizell, probably. I don't
It
know.
shrugs.
I am unique. Yes.
Blinks. What? Want?
Me? What do I want?
Black.
I'm trying to discover what I am, where I come from. A bloodline that is my own.
What? Want? No.
But I am besides something that was created for killing.
You do what you want. Simple.
No. It's not that simple. If it was.
Simple. You listen another. You forsake control. That's your fault. Undoing wrongdoing. Simple.
Just kind of sighs. Bold words coming from the one who is trapped inside the card.
Kind of just looks over towards you. I sleep. I see. I look. I taste potential. I look. Where go? Find path. Lead torch. Find torch. No torch. Sleep. Find torch. Wake.
So you just sit in the card for someone to activate you?
It kind of just like looks over towards you and just kind of nods its head. Black.
And you call me the one who takes commands from others?
I don't listen. I do is all.
You are not so different.
It looks like you questioningly. I find potential. That is my purpose. I do. It looks
My
at you.
purpose was to follow the commands I was given and to kill. I do as well.
He kind of blinks. And for once you seem this thing actually ponder. Strange. I don't question. I simply find potential. Lead pathway. Lead torch. Give torch. Give fire, find potential, sleep. Again, 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 again. Is me.
We are not that different. Your cycle involves finding potential and granting it. Mine involves finding a target and killing it. Not so
Because
different.
it stares back with this inquisitive nature. You see it kind of blink a couple times as it tries to calculate. Strange. Don't know. No response. Strange.
How did you end up trapped in the card?
I. No purpose. I in abyss. Dark abyss. Sit around. Sit, do nothing. No purpose. Live, consume, parasite. Kill, devour, parasite. But find purpose. Card, purpose. Something, purpose. No parasite. Parasite, help. No longer parasite.
She kind of nods his head. And you chose me. Why?
Not choose. Given. You have torch. Torch, no fire. Need fire. Fire, chains. Chains is fire.
So you are saying that I do not have power? And that you are here to grant me that?
No. You have no path. No potential. Potential there, but no potential.
And you think more chains is the solution?
No. Use chains. Chains, use, need else. More chains. More. It stops. Connections.
Seth kind of tilts his head back. Kind of lets out a little kind of chuckle. If you think that is the way to develop a connection, it is a connection, but not what you are referring to.
Kind of just stares over towards you. Chains. Protect. You. Nothing. Protect. But yet something protect. Why inconsistent?
Why do I protect?
You think no protect. No reason. Yet you protect. Why? Inconsistent.
I do so because it makes sense.
Why?
It provides me with the most options moving forward.
Why?
Because that's how you get what you want.
What do you want? No answer.
You are correct. I do not have one.
Then why protect? Why help? Why find resource if don't know what want? Useless. No one.
want, yet protect, inconsistent.
Because it has always gotten me what I have needed to do.
Do. Why? Why do? Why survive? Why travel? Why speak? Why find? Why need? Why want? Inconsistent. Simple.
He kind of shrugs. You ask questions I do not have answers to, but you knew that already.
Black.
So I ask.
Because torch, flame, my purpose. Flame to torch. Sleep, my purpose.
Your purpose is to ignite within someone their own flame.
Poetic, but also black.
He kind of shakes his head. I do not believe that I should have received you.
Why?
There is nothing to work with.
Correct.
It is a waste of what you can do.
Incorrect. If useless, truly useless, like brick, then I sleep. But not brick, not useless.
Kind of sighs. Kind of rubs his temple again. How long will you be here?
Until fire, then sleep.
So a long time.
You'd be surprised.
I suppose I may be. But for now, I do not believe there's anything else you could say. It would influence me in any direction.
Talk.
Talk of what?
No, not me. Points in the house. Black chains.
Eventually.
Points at you. Chains. Black chains. Points at your black chains. Not those. Points at you. Chained. Simple.
You're asking me to release myself from what I have imposed?
Simple.
It is there for a reason.
Just stares at you. Everything has reason. Everything has potential. Simple.
He kind of sits with his back against the door. We are waiting for the last one anyway. Why rush?
He kind of looks over towards you.
Wasted potential. Simple.
Probably.
He just looks at you.
Strong chains. Really strong. Disappointing.
He kind of sighs and looks up. They were forged not by myself, but by someone far more powerful.
He just stares. He just like stares some more.
Perhaps. Eliminate. Then. No chains.
It is hard to eliminate them, and we do not know how many are there.
He just kind of ponders and just shrugs.
Simple. You have more eyes. Gain more. Simple.
Kind of sighs again. After the last one returns, I can speak to them, okay?
Whatever.
Are you going to bug me until then?
Why?
I want to know how much I will be able to relax.
He just kind of stares at you. Points at your hand. Points at you. Points at 5 feet away. Points to where you are. Points to 5 feet away.
Space.
And he kind of smacks down like liquid and skirts 5 feet away. Points at you.
Space. I give.
Thank you.
And at this point, you see it. Turn around. Go to the space 5 feet away from you. And just write down an intricate symbol. It just kind of hovers over it.
Space. Give it.
Stares back at you one more time.
Strong chains.
Looks away. Sinks into the seal. The seal hums with this strange red, pink, chaotic energy.
Is there a card left?
Mm-hmm.
Gonna pick it up.
You see the familiar, strange creature at the front of it. Its name written in a strange tongue you don't understand.
Kind of look at the card. Kind of hold it. One day. I'm gonna stuff it back in my hair.
You do so.
I sigh, looking around. Kind of looks up into the sky again. I have a lot of unfinished business. He's gonna then stand up, open the door back inside the house, and just make his way inside, and is just gonna lie down on the table, staring up at the ceiling.
As you finish, you just open the door. The words echo in your mind. Black chains.
He just lets out a long sigh. Black chains indeed. Now, if you could excuse me, I am trying to think of ways that I can destroy them.
After it established it is listening, a fuzzy feeling in your hearing, without a response, disappears, almost as if there is no presence, and you're alone.
Just gonna lie there, embracing the silence as I kind of stare up at the ceiling. Gonna play around with my DNA and create different face, different body, just for a moment. One very different from Saflarin. And as he changes into that form back to his own, kind of sits up and shakes his head from side to side. I have a lot of unfinished business.
And I don't know, you kind of swivel. Oh, what the fuck are you doing?
I am talking with Alan.
Head just creaks 30 degrees. Raw.
He said,
Whoa.
"Bro,
What was the result of my roll?
What you roll? Don't remember.
I rolled investigation to see if there was evidence of improper cutting in the tree.
Oh, cool. As you kind of look over towards the shade and pinned up the tree, as you're kind of just inching your way, drilling your form through and through the tree, this technique, the way you're kind of handling it, it curves uncomfortably a little bit downward. It's tolerable in battle, like it get the job done, but to the perfect eye, it's not a smooth cut through. It spirals gradually downward.
Hmm. Let's see. Speed. Advantage. All right. I'm done. He's just gonna start walking towards Mimi. As he does, he takes out his sword from his right side. Just kind of puts his left arm out. And hold up. He's just gonna look at her absent-mindedly and just kind of bring the sword down on his left arm time. Those are GM.
What are you doing?
I'm yeeting my left arm with my sword.
Isn't cutting it off?
Not cutting it off, just cutting it.
Cool.
I'm trying to
Why?
stop with the bones. Don't worry about it.
Cool. Does he kind of go ahead and slice all the way down, and he just kind of stares at you, waiting.
He's kind of shakes his left arm off. All right, what do you want to teach me?
So, you need to get stronger. Simple.
She at this point takes a couple steps back. She's in her regular kind of robe at this point. She reaches out and she unsheaths the swords. And just at this point, reaches up towards her palms. Just takes them off slowly. The rest of her hair, all long strands of them, settle. At this point, she takes the palm of the rose swords, raises them up, and flicks them. And you see that instance, the blade just rises outwards. And the blades for reference look like this.
Okay.
She at this point turns around towards you.
You rely too much on your mobility. There comes a time when you can't run. You're faced with a situation where the strength is far too much. You lose.
And she at this point makes them into an X formation, bends them inwards, and stabs both her biceps with both the dagger blades. She shoves the blades slowly but surely into her biceps, into the entirety of those rose petal colored blades enter her bicep. You can see her grimacing as she does this, but she kind of plays off the pain. As they fully enter, you see there's a soft hum around her entire forearm, from the shoulder all the way down to the fingertips. This purple glow emits outwards, and you see this etchings, these rose etchings, like a tattoo snake all the way down to the palm of her hands. As she clutches them, you can see that her hands are incredibly shaky. Whatever she's doing, whatever she's forcing upon her body, it takes a toll. She reaches down, and you can see the trembling in her hands. She reaches over and begins to take up the sheaths and pulls out both the blades. You can see that her form is really imperfect, and everything about this is the opposite of what Mimi actually is. Mimi is usually a lot more delicate, a lot more gentle, even in her form, but this is just a lot of carnage and a lot of concentrated power and strength. She just grabs onto the blade. You've seen her attempt to toss in the air and catch it, but she stops herself when she realizes she doesn't have the dexterity anymore. She looks over towards you. She looks over and stares.
You block, you parry, you dodge. You think it's so simple. But there comes a time when you can't do anything because you're too weak.
She just takes a couple steps towards you, holding the blades at her side.
And at that point, what else can you really do? You're by yourself. No one to help you. You think that you're the only person you need. But if you're strong enough, you won't need anyone else. She holds the blades up. But you're so damn wrong. Roll me a strength save.
Ew.
As she kind of heads over towards you, the first strike crashes down, and before you can react, it hits with such a strength and precision. The strikes are extremely heavy, and as the first strike slams down, your mind goes instinctively to what you can do, but the second strike slams straight down, and you can't even think. You want to instinctively teleport away, you want to dodge, you want to parry, counter something, but as the thunderous strikes crash down towards your blade, you get grounded more so and more so into the ground. She just screams, not even screams, she just says nonchalantly to you, "This is called a pin." And she slams her swords multiple times. You find yourself grounded more so and more so into the dirt, where it's uncomfortable, to the point where it hurts more so and more so. And if you do this long enough, as she continues slamming the swords down towards you, you feel your hands actually starting to give. You can't move, not a single reaction. No one there to save you. And just shoving you straight down. But for me, this pin that I'm doing requires concentration just on you. In one-on-one combat, I can slam you down, all the way down, until your arms break. And she slams down, and eventually you do crash onto the floor. No one to help you. You lose.
I'm assuming the lesson is supposed to be what?
2 things. 1, you'll eventually need someone. When faced with 2 skilled opponents, one that knows how to pin. At this point, she kind of walks over and she grabs her 2 blades, sheaths them back, and she pulls out a third one. One that's just a simple blade. She clutches onto the hilt, and you see her She breathes inwards. As she does so, she holds this pose as a regular stance that you're not sure what the fuck are you doing? But she takes the time and just holds it. And at this point, suddenly you feel this shift in the wind. She concentrates and just holds it more so and more so and more so and more so. Eventually, just storing up this energy, and the wind just picks up around her even more and more. And the current sword she's using is non-magical. It's a complete basic longsword. Eventually, after you're not sure how long, the wind picking up and pelting your face with pebbles and shit, you don't feel the pain of them, but there's this aura around. Eventually, she clutches the blade, goes to a nearby house, and just crashes it down with one blow. It just splits in half, the wood just clatters downwards. She just looks over at you. The other person, one strike, while you can't move, and you lose.
And for this pinning thing, there's no way to, like, avoid it?
Unless you're strong enough.
Noted.
She's gonna stares over towards you. She stares at you. I can teach you how to pin. 2. What I just did right there, all this is in Black Tongue. A pin, Vaughn. What I just did in Black Tongue is called Grak. Erupt. You focus every single one of your attacks. You concentrate this. If you have enough time, you capsulate them into one attack. When you finish a cycle, it doubles in strength. You do it again, it doubles again. You do it again, it doubles again. Gets to the point where you can't survive. The blade touches you, regardless if you block or not.
Here's one you can do. And she, at this point, reaches over towards her bicep, grimaces like intensely. You see her stab into her biceps to where the hilts vaguely are, and just rip in there and pull out the rose blades. She takes them out, covered in blood, which really just tints the metal of them. She settles them down. She takes a second, breathes in, and the wounds in her bicep eventually heal. She releases the breath. For you want to abuse your speed. Here's how you can help someone else. Next, what I'm teaching you. Yavk. Trap. At this point, she kind of looks over towards you. It's not as effective against anyone with teleportation or a quick way of travel. It's relatively weak by itself, at least. She, at this point, goes back to a form that you're used to. She reaches downwards and grabs her two blades, and you see her going to a stance. She lowers her body, and at this point, she hunkers down, and you see the grip on her blades. The handle of them loosens. The strikes look like they actually get weaker, and you're not sure what this form actually does. But eventually, roll dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity.
Wow. Uber low. At this point, as she kind of disappears, you feel multiple blades crash towards your face in a flurry, and as you instinctively come up with your blades to parry them. But as you do so, you notice that as she blitzes around you, and every square around you, she just hammers and pummels you with a blitz of low strength blows, but they're enough to just pin you, restrict you to your location, this location that you're stuck at. Similar to the other one, the pin, this one really restricts what you can do with your reactions. You're not exactly sure what you can do.
I see.
But in this state, eventually she kind of releases the hold over you. At this point, she just kind of crosses over, walks over, sheaths her blades, and as she kind of does so, each of those moves makes you vulnerable. As the person pinning or trapping, you're vulnerable, but you provide an opening for someone else. At some point, when you fight someone, if you're not equally as strong as they are, or if they happen to know these techniques, you won't win.
I see. Well, you gonna teach them to me?
She's kind of just face palms. She just thinks for a second. Which one do you want to learn? Out of pin, trap, and erupt.
Erupt.
Of course. At this point, she goes ahead and goes over towards you. How many times can you strike?
Right now, he's kind of scratches his head, feels a vein popping out there. About 8.
Well, she kind of just looks at you. These 8 strikes that you do, they're all separate strikes. Unrefined. They're weak for someone with a high enough guard, or high enough parry or counter, or even dodge. Each one of those strikes will miss. All of them. You never actually hit. Those 8 strikes that you have to formulate them into one.
He nods. He just kind of takes out his swords and waits.
At this point, she kind of walks over. One sword first.
Puts back one of his swords.
At this point, she kind of looks over towards you. She looks for a stick.
Did she say she's looking for a stick?
No, but she's looking for a stick. She eventually looks over. You know where a stick is?
He just kind of slowly reaches into his robes and takes out a stick.
Why?
He just does the 2 eyebrows thing. He just gives it to her.
She just face palms, grabs the stick. Hold it. Hold it like a long sword. Eventually you can change it, but for now, one sword.
Man, he just kind of gets into a basic longsword stance. 2 hands on sword.
They can't do so. She kind of says, yes, it's lame, not comfortable. But if you can't do one sword, you might blow up your hands.
Good to know.
She walks over and kind of props herself off on the side. So, take your time. Envision every strike you can do. Think about each muscle movement that you have to make for each individual strike. Concentrate. Focus in on the power it takes to make those gentle strikes. Think about the form you have to make. Think about how nimble you've made yourself to make those swift, rhythmic strikes. This one is nothing like that. This is one strike. As strong as you can make it. But be very careful. If you lose your concentration, you either break the weapon, yourself, or both. And if you're going to... She kind of grimaces. A large enough degree, and you fail, you die. Simple. Know your limits.
Alright. He just kind of looks back forward, tightens his stance a bit, closes his eyes. Just kind of tightens his grip on the sword a bit. Envisions 4 separate basic strikes. Kind of sees all the muscles he needs to use. As he goes over him in his head, he kind of tenses in turn, simulating the strike in his head. As he keeps simulating all 4 of them, he sees 4, and then 3, and then 2, and 1. All 4 strikes in 1. He tenses his arms, brings the sword up above his head, and he steps forward, striking.
Cool. Make 4 con checks.
4 con checks. 3,
Ooh.
4.
Cool. So as you do so, you take the time and just breathe. You go ahead. Are you using perfection dice for all of them?
Yes.
Cool. As you do so, you go ahead and bring yourself downwards. As you steady yourself, you breathe more so and more so in. And as you envision that simulation, plenty of time passes. As you just stay there, you hold the blade over yourself, and you swing downwards. As that Stringle Strikes races outwards, you see a little bit of the wind, like a wind strike, flow outwards. It's a delicate swing, but you look at the ruined building next to Mimi. It's nowhere enough to crash like that. She just says, good.
Good. But, second part. You need to have intent. You need to have a target at all times. Someone strong. Someone you envision to be either a rival or an enemy, a villain. Someone you will always strike at. Someone you esteem yourself, drive yourself to hunt down and best. That drive, when you're concentrating on Grak, only thing you should think about is them. Think about the severance, the one blow you have to make, the one strike that means everything. That if you miss, you lose. That if you use any other basic strike, you lose. You envision who it is.
Someone I hate. He just kind of puts his head up, closes his eyes, gets back into the stance before. He envisions the strikes again, all forming into one. And then in front of him, in the blackness, he breathes in. He pictures Iliamir standing there in front of him. In those purple robes, adorned with jewelry. He sees her hair tied back behind her head. Messy, but still combed. He sees her eyes looking into his happily. He sees that ever-present smile still on her face. He brings his sword above him, and he pictures himself striking her once, slicing her in two.
Go ahead, roll me a will save. Will save.
Will save. Disgusting. Did not roll. Didn't roll.
Ooh. Oh, never mind. Feels bad.
Oh, that sucks. Fucking imagine.
As you kind of think about it for a second, you take your time to think and imagine Iliamir, taking your time to envision all your time spent strapped down to that chair, having each one of your individuals' tendons shown to you. She enjoyed herself. The zap of pain, the force feeding of poison. And you think about everything associated with her. You concentrate that rage. As you do so, your mind slips and wanders. You associate, you go in order chronologically. You think about all those days, countless days spent being tortured by her. You think about when you saw her next to those fuckers on the drone. But then you slip all the way. And you see her holding that crossbow. You think about what you really had to do to leave. And the stick shatters in your hand. For the once you look towards your body, your hands are capable of trembling.
A bit too much, huh?
You immediately take one stack of exhaustion. She just looks over towards you. I'm not gonna ask what you thought about. Everyone has their demons. Everyone. But you have to prevent yourself from going too far. Rage and anger is okay, but reckless spite? I'll kill you. She points towards your trembling hands. You're lucky. For some people who aren't ready, you would have lost those hands. Would have been your first and final attempt. Even if you restored them, they would still tremble. But luckily for you, I think you can still feel them. I'll teach you the defensive version after. A strike this large can be defended against, but it's similar to Brak. She just thinks about it for a second, but I'm speaking too far.
He just kind of nods, still breathing heavily, looking at his hands. So, yeah, I get it. Just give me a minute.
You're gonna need several.
Sure. He just kind of starts walking over to the tree. Just kind of sits there. Puts his hands down onto the ground. Just looking at them. Trying to keep them from shaking as much. Kind of tries to imprint them into the ground.
As you do so, can I roll me a con save?
Constitution. That's a 39, Chief.
As you kind of do so, you take your hands and place them down, and you press them straight into the ground. You continue doing so, thinking about just waiting it out. And it's just going to be a simple waiting game until you simply get out of this mindset. Suddenly you feel, as you close your eyes, you feel a strange shaking sensation, something jostling your body around. And you have, and I'm going to regret this, Oi, mate!
He opens his eyes immediately and looks around.
As you snap your hands, eyes awake, you look around. You just stare. Roll perception check.
Yeah, I'll roll it. Magic.
As you stare around, you just stare. This place is really familiar. It's dark down here. It smells like shit. You look around. God, what number am I at? Probably gonna drop another one today. Is it that time again? Oh well. As you get pulled out of that memory, your hands on the floor, still trembling.
That didn't work. Okay.
Mimi's just standing over there. It's been an hour. You done?
Might need another minute.
Just rest. Don't use your hands.
All right. He just kind of stares up at this point. What time is it?
With the hour added, I think we're pressing closer to 4 or so now.
Jeez. I think I'm just gonna work out some more. I'll see you
Don't.
tomorrow, maybe.
Don't use your hands.
Yeah, I heard you.
Don't.
It's leg day.
They're probably still gonna use them anyways. She just shrugs. Whatever.
When he starts walking towards the house.
You're gonna do so.
Extremely slowly.
Mimi just lets you kind of walk, take your slow shambles towards the house. One day, I'll tell you who I see. Maybe you'll tell me who you see. She turns and you see her turn the rose petal swords back into the palms, adjust her here, sheath the red and blue.
Hopefully, by then, I won't have to see her anymore. Just keeps walking.
At this point, she just lets you go. You can feel her eyes watching you before she disappears. As you enter the house, you see Saf on the table. Not sure what the fuck he's doing.
What is his time? What's up, Saf? Are you good?
He kind of stares upwards quietly. I suppose so, yes.
Great. Nothing catastrophic happened while I was gone?
Plenty. Do not worry about it.
Ah. Alright. Well. Fuck. I'll be under the stairs.
How do you hold your swords, by the way?
What, my swords?
Mm-hmm.
Just like normally? Like
No,
forward?
no. Are you holding them right now?
Oh no.
Cool. So if you would notice Ross' trembling hands.
I'm not going to say anything about it. Kind of take note of it and think better of it.
I'll
What are
be
you
under
doing?
the stairs if said.
If
Do
I
so.
require you, I will go for you.
Great. He just kind of walks over. Fuck is my token? Hold up.
The top right.
Here it is. I didn't see it. Shut up.
Nice eyes.
Shut up. You know, he just walks over, teleports under the stairs, start doing squats.
You do so. Trembling of your hands pisses you off as you just squat. God. The fuck? Whereas, you can't do that. I'm gonna cut over to the room and let y'all do that roleplay.
Then Tess will help you, Alan. He just, if it ever comes to it, we'll be there.
Just those words really hurt.
Yes. And just don't mind him. He's he's not used to being around people.
He's gonna look down at his hands. I saw something.
Saw something?
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
I don't know, but it's just either it was calling me a puppet or it was calling it something else.
I believe that maybe he was calling your abilities puppet.
Like the one with the sword?
Yeah, or how you were kind of moving me around.
It's just hard to believe. Because I know I'm not alone in my head. And it's not friend, it's something else.
Well, it doesn't seem to be bad. It seems to be.
If you mean my abilities, I almost hurt you.
Well, you didn't. Plus, there's nothing you can do that Raw hasn't already done. So don't worry about it.
I'll try not to.
She goes to hug him.
He hugs her arm, and then he looks over at Myzel.
Mysel's just quietly sitting there, listening.
I'll get the bathroom.
Yeah, okay.
And then she's gonna go and meet her.
When Rune does that, Alan's gonna look over at Myzel. I don't know if I ever told you about that.
About
About
one your friend called demons?
Yeah, that what I should have been concerned about was that there was something else in my head. Right now dormant, but at one point it wasn't. And that's why he was around.
Well, remember what I said. Your head is your domain.
He nods a little bit. It's just every time I tell myself to be brave, there's always a part of me that starts thinking back to being scared.
Myself smiles at that. There's nothing wrong with being afraid.
I understand that about you. I don't want to hurt people either.
She smiles and sits down next to him, pulls him into a hug.
He's
I
gonna
don't
rest
know.
against her hug.
I don't know anything about what's in your head, but whatever it is, I'd be happy to help you learn more about it and learn to control it.
Well, right now I think I'm okay. I don't. I think I'm myself. But friend warned me that once I started gaining memory back, it will probably come back.
She taps the pendant, and if he does, if you need help with him, you know you have. She looks over towards the uh, towards the bathroom. You have people that want to help.
Mhm. And so do you. And Rune does too. And Ron Safarin. I just want. I wanted to have a happy family. But even if it's not what I thought it was going to be, I would still want to help all of you.
She smiles, looks towards the staircase. Ra's help was a pleasant surprise. At least this time he didn't make the mistake of attacking right away.
You know, I still feel guilty about that.
You couldn't have known.
I feel like I should have. It was my fault that I was the way I was in the first place.
He did take all your memories from you.
Because I asked him to.
But the end result is he made the choice to do it.
He was just trying to help.
I know.
And I don't want to blame him. Even after what I did, he still helped me. He's going to grab onto the necklace he's wearing. You know, he gave me this.
She looks down at it, then looks at the bracelet that Rune gave to her from Leah. looks back at Alan. Have you figured out what it does yet?
He nods his head. Rune told me. It said, and, well, Friend didn't elaborate much, but what he said was, whenever I felt scared or if I felt afraid or I was losing control, that it would help me. But what he didn't tell me was what Rune did. That if I did use up, if I did use it, I would lose my memory of him. It honestly makes me not want to use it. I feel like forgetting is what got me into this mess.
She looks like she's thinking. There's a frown on her face. Sometimes these I gotta figure out the best way to put that, because it's been less than a day since her change. Recently, I've begun to wish I could forget. But then I look at you and realize that sometimes it's not good to forget. And
Yeah,
but you can't blame yourself. You were just a child. I mean, you still are a child, but you were just a child when all this happened. Anyone going through something like that, given the opportunity, would have chosen to forget. I think I might have. Or I would have just ended up as crazy as I am. And there goes Katie.
Oh boy. Katie!
Mm-hmm.
There you go. You fell asleep.
We're only at 6 hours. We can't lose 2 hours.
Don't lay down.
Alright.
Alan's still conversating with Mizell. Okay. So after she said that, he just takes a deep breath. It's just everyone's been telling me it will be all okay. And I was told be strong. And then I tell myself I can be, and I want to protect everyone else. But then I feel like it's a cycle. I just always go back. I go back to just being weak. I let things get to me. Even when I told myself not to. That I wasn't gonna do it anymore.
She smiles and puts her finger to his forehead. That's the trouble with being smart. You think too much. Sometimes. Fucking raw. Sometimes you have to stop thinking and just act.
Okay. But I mean, sometimes acting without thinking is what got us into messes in the first place.
She smiles and gives a little laugh. Yes, that's true. But cool.
Rowan,
Sorry.
go play with the bathtub.
I'm back.
And she had started the water. They can hear it from the room that it started. And she tries to find that she tries to find that something to clog the hole. And
Myzel's old dress.
yeah, she gets that. And then she just goes to prestidigitation it, so it's not like dirty from the last. Yeah, and then she uses it to plug the hole, and then she just kind of just tries, as the water like begins to fill up, she like goes to warm it, and until it gets to like a good temperature, and then gets it to a good height too, and then she turns off the water and stuff, and then she goes to she kind of just knocks on the wall, like she knocks on the mirror, and then kind of just to get Alan's attention that is ready.
You do so, Alan. You hear this kind of clunk, clunk, clunk coming through the wall.
Oh. He's gonna pat Myzel's arm, and he starts getting off the bed. Thank you for talking to me, Myzel. I need reassurance now and then, but I'll try not to make a cycle out of it.
Try not to think too much.
Nods his head. Well,
telling a freaking intelligence-based class not to think.
That's the point of her actually saying that.
I'll talk to you later. Before Rune gets mad that I'm taking forever. He's like going out the door.
She just smiles and moves over to the bed she was on earlier and just lays down on it.
As the door kind of closes, Mizell, you find yourself now alone in the room. You kind of look around and see the calm around you. You hear what sounds like maybe a faint grunt from underneath the stairs. But moving into the bathroom, Alan, as you enter,
I set up, like, have the towel set up and, like, just for him, and then he's like, I'll get your clothes from yesterday.
Okay. Is the bathroom being lit from any window, or is it dark again?
it is currently. Does the bathroom have a window? I don't actually know.
No, it's pitch black in here.
Sounds like it's pretty dark.
But I cast light on the mirror.
So it is no longer pitch dark.
Just see a bright freaking mirror. Yeah, you can't see your reflection because it's just pure light.
He's squinting his eyes. Thank you.
Don't look at it directly.
Okay. And I'll try to wash up the best I can. There's not exactly anything I could really use but water.
There's no. You kind of do so, and you get yourself mostly clean. Rune, are you staying in the room?
No, of course not.
You say that like it's so obvious, but like it's not. This is Katie we're talking about.
Don't judge me.
I mean, she did say she would get the clothes from yesterday.
Yeah, so she closes the door.
I'm locking it.
Ooh.
Assuming that it has a lock.
Bold
I'm
of you
kidding.
to assume locks even exist in Blood March.
My mind exists.
I mean, it's probably got a crusty lock.
Yeah, anyways.
Yeah, she walks in and then she sees his clothes. And she looks at Mizell and it's like, you're next.
That's so fucking ominous.
You're next.
You're next.
So, Rune, are you just then gonna hang out in the bedroom?
Yeah, because last time she opened the door and gave him the clothes, he was like, get out!
You're a girl.
Ew, girl.
As you kind of pick up the clothes and sit on the bed, the day now advanced more towards an evening time. You kind of sit there patiently, your mind kind of wandering.
Thinking about Bile.
Thinking about Bile. You kind of absent-mindedly fiddle with the ring on your finger. And you kind of look down at it for just a moment. And you see the two stars spinning in opposite directions. As you think about Bile, what are you thinking to him?
How he was basically saying, you know, bye, like, yeah, like I know I was right and stuff, and then I don't know, she just seemed very bothered by that, like.
So you're just thinking about that?
Yeah.
Are you trying to converse with him, or?
Can I converse with him?
I mean, you seem to have a mental connection with him.
I know, but it seems like you are taking the baton right now.
Andy No Tango headphone.
Okay, so I know, but can I talk with him?
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, she goes to talk with like she takes a deep breath and then she's like, Bile, did you protect us back there with when you met those people? I saw the mirror barrier thing.
Protect you from what?
That man.
Well, were you in danger?
Oh, he wanted me, and it seemed like he was gonna attack us, but I saw that barrier.
No. I didn't do that.
Do you think you would? How come you? Do you want to stay in Blunt March?
Why would I leave?
There's nothing here. Plus, like, I feel like you should want to get out and see the world. Like, there's a world a lot bigger than Blood March. And it's completely different.
But I don't need different.
Don't you get bored here?
Here. Why would I get bored?
Because it's the same thing over and over.
So is all life. At least here, it is something that I can fit into.
How do I get you to work with us?
I'm not like you. I'm
no one's
different.
like me. Nobody's like me. Nobody's like Mazel. Nobody's like Raw for sure. Nobody's like anybody.
For sure.
But I'm different from all of you.
Everyone's different.
I
So,
belong here.
why do you belong here?
I've already told you.
That you have to kill, but the same could be said by Mizell or half the population of Blood Merge. Why are you different?
Because when I act, there's nothing behind it. Just killing.
I'm sure there's others like that have that same thing in Blood Merge, but what makes you different?
There's no
Sometimes Mizell, she kind of like looks at Mizell because I guess Mizell Can still hear her. It's like Marcel has killed. Not always for food. Sometimes she's killed for fun or just to do it.
There's no
And just
emotion there. When I kill, it's just to kill. Sometimes boredom, but usually just so I can take whatever I want.
what do you want?
Whatever I want at the time. It changes.
Hey. How about try helping somebody for once and see how that makes you feel?
Why would I do that?
Because it's different. It might be fun.
No, it wouldn't work.
You know it won't work. You haven't tried it.
How could I get what I want in Blood March? By helping.
Because it's like a challenge. It's a very difficult game. You can help somebody and maybe they'll give you a reward of doing something you wanted. And then it's like, oh,
You
that's
know,
great.
I've played a lot of games. This one seems especially terrible.
How do you know it's terrible if you never tried it?
Because this is Blood March, not a child's birthday party.
Have you been to a child's birthday party?
There's kind of silence on the other end.
Like, Pyle, you want to help. I want you to see that there's a bigger picture than just killing.
And what if you're wrong?
I'm not.
You've already been wrong.
I'm not wrong about this.
You thought you could hold everyone together.
Everyone's still together.
For now. You know it's only a matter of time before I'm right.
You're not right.
I'm always right.
You're not always right. You're ignorant.
Well, I've made it this far. Why change?
Because I think most of your time of making this far was spent under a bed.
Oof.
If he was sitting in front of you, you'd be able to see the veins popping out of his head. You can feel the mental annoyance coming through the connection you two have.
And most of yours was running away.
And I'm done running. Because running doesn't solve anything. It just creates more problems.
As you kind of do so, Bao just tilts his head over to the side. Running.
Mm-hmm.
Running
Running
from what?
from. I ran from responsibilities. I've ran from danger. I ran from my feelings. I'm running to.
Strange. You sound like you have something there. Sounds like there's tragedy. Yet, you don't even sound the least bit distraught.
Maybe I'm still running. Or maybe I don't want to think about it yet. I also don't want to let go of it. I just push it to the back of my mind and not try to deal with it.
Just
And I
sounds
know
like denial to me.
maybe it is. But right now, it's not gonna help with my situation here. I'll deal with it at a later time. Right now, I want to help you see that there's a bigger world out there.
You understand that if you do, you welcome devastation along your path. Every step you take, every mile you cross, every person you see, every animal, every town that will rend their life from their worthless bodies, and it'll be your fault.
You don't have to do that, Pyle.
I don't. But it's different now. You called me out. I guess I can feel emotion. You said I wasn't empty. I'll kill. I'll kill for you. Just to prove a point. I'm not a weapon. A weapon can't hold a grudge.
What are you? You. This family won't fall apart.
It doesn't have to. I'm not interested in the family anymore. You just gave me inspiration.
Inspiration to do what?
You said that eventually that there's a balance. That to come together, you need to break apart. Well, let's take that literally. I'll take apart everything. And you go ahead and try. Put it back together. I beckon you to. Prove me wrong.
I'm not gonna let you just break things apart.
You're in a house. How are you gonna stop me? You already left me once. You think you get another chance?
I've never left you.
Oh. And I didn't walk away either.
I'm still here. You're still here.
You hear a screaming over on his side. And so is this guy. Not anymore. Simple. I love you.
I'm gonna save you, Bile.
You hear a body. Come. Prove me wrong.
Where are you?
Who knows? I love playing hide and seek. It's your turn.
Myzel.
Myzel sits up and looks over at Rune.
You have to stop, Bile. You have to stop him.
She looks down at her right hand. Looks back up at Rune. I don't know how much help I would be right now. But
Kingslayer won't help you.
she unwraps the blade of the malice dagger and slides it into her left hand. I assume it starts trembling as she does so.
Go ahead and roll me a con save with advantage.
Con save. Oh, thank God for that advantage.
Fucking hell, advantage. As you kind of flip towards your hands, the trembling has satiated a lot. It's a lot more calm. Like, the only, at this point, surprise to you, the only trembling is at the fingertips. It still hurts your precision. Definitely. But if you hammer the muscle memory enough, eventually, your mind, that part of it doesn't matter anymore. The knowledge will come back to you. Smooth sailing.
She puts the blade back up against her arm and wraps it in the leather. I still haven't gotten my strength back. But Kingslayer, he's with me now, but I don't know if he'll actually help me.
She walks over to Maisel. Just Kingslayer, I know you hear me. Why are you okay with your brother just running around causing a muck, and he's going to I want to protect this family, and he wants to just destroy everything. Can you please help us? Please.
Mozo's eye slaps open. Just stares at you. Eye looks around.
In my current state, I cannot be wielded. Not by her. She either grows stronger, or I revert back to my young, more immature form, so that I can compensate, match her incompetence. That is a choice. In my current state, I can duel, compete with my brother. It is your choice. I can revert.
Wait, but weren't you at full power when you were with Mother?
Correct.
But you guys lost?
I disconnected. That I did. My form was lost. Mother was the only one that knew where my core was. Hidden in that box. Hidden. Never to be found. Because Mother was never to leave me. Never. This is a predicament unprecedented, unfathomable, yet it occurred. My mature form.
She kind of looks around.
Within the mind of this one. This form, was forced into maturity. Somehow. The exact reasoning behind it, I do not know. But I was. If this eye, if she was to try, my blade, in its mature form, would come out. However,
lets you speak.
Right. So if she summoned you, it'll be in the mature form. So what's the problem?
She can't wield it.
Why not?
Eye just looks at you with a scornful look.
Did you question why a fly, an ant, can't wield a knife?
She's not a fly. She's strong.
Do you question why you cannot lift a house? Do you question why your punch against the ground does not shake the planet?
Is the blade too heavy? Is that what you're trying to say?
Just stares over towards you.
If you wish to put it lightly, sure.
Well, can't she just train to just lift you up?
Of course she can.
Okay, so help her train.
How? I'm simply a blade. What do you expect me to do?
Talk to her instead of just sitting on your ass and just sitting on a bed, not doing anything.
What would any of my words do that your words will not do? Would my words saying mean anything? How would that help? Explain. How do my words, which uses time, replacing time she uses to train, help her train? Explain.
Because you need to encourage her.
Encourage.
Yes.
Encourage. Do you even understand how much of a waste of time that would be?
It's not a waste of time.
Do you believe I needed to encourage Mother to wield me? Mother encouraged me to be stronger. Mother encouraged me to take this form. Mother encouraged me. Every part of it.
And was that a waste of time?
No.
Then encouraging is not a waste of time.
There's just silence.
That is not a weapon's function. My mother was the wielder. My mother was the mother. Separate occasion. Different circumstance.
You gotta stop thinking yourself as weapons and think of you're more of a partner.
And there's silence.
You guys, you should be working together. If one lacks in a strength, just help them overcome that weakness.
Questions. Pondering.
My words mean nothing. Use yours. They mean more. I sit back and I ridicule. That is all I can do. My words are sharper than my blade. I do not train. I do not criticize. I berate. I judge. And then I demean.
Why is Bio so strong? Why doesn't he need a host to be strong? He can walk around on his own. He can do so much while you're just an eyeball. I thought you guys were brothers. What makes him different? What makes him just so terrifying?
We are a dichotomy. He can wander by himself because he resembles exactly what he's doing. Distance, separation from anything. I'm unlike him. I was never made to stand alone. I was made to correspond. I support. However, I need at least a base to work with.
Oof.
So, why did Bio connect with me if he didn't need me?
Kingslayer kind of peers over towards you.
You remind him either of himself or what Mother could have been to him.
Do I remind you of him?
There's an innocent stare, but you seemed like you were loved at some point. He was always neglected. Always. You are plausibly what he wished he could have had. There's scorn. But he's simply my brother. I don't understand every intricacy of him.
He keeps pushing me away. You want to help him, but you won't let me.
Every single individual has left him. Companionship is lost to him. He does not understand. He does not need. He fights alone, thinking that alone is all he needs. That's his weakness.
But obviously he wanted to at least try. Then why connect with me if he didn't want to at least try?
He stares over towards you.
Figure it out. I can only tell you so much about my brother. Even when we were weapons together, even when we were united. As one, he did not speak to me much.
Okay. Just. I'd be lying if I said he doesn't terrify me. But
The most terrifying thing is something that doesn't have anything to lose.
just.
Here, let me provide you with your options. One, this one, my current holder, trains until she can lift my blade as it is now, which could take years, decades, lifetimes. Depends on her. Secondly, I revert. I fall back to my child form, so that I am at least wieldable, so that my powers are at least usable. Or, third option, find me a new wielder.
Those are the only 3 options.
Do you have a better plan?
No. Myself.
Then that is your 3 options. Figure it out.
Myself. Are you okay with it reverting back to its child form?
We could grow together if it did.
So you agreed that it's best if he reverts?
But if he does, and stopping Bile comes to a fight, we wouldn't be strong enough. Not Kingslayer and I, anyway.
But we have Ra, Software, myself, and I really don't want to take him. He doesn't. We shouldn't. I don't want to put Alan in harm's way. I don't. But Alan is strong. I don't know what I would do if he gets hurt. I can't. I'm going to try to reason with Bio to just become a part of the family. To stay with us and we won't leave him. But if that doesn't work, and it breaks into a fight. Then we fight. Because every time
You speak his name, his presence is felt. The abrasive, dominating presence.
Do we have to make a choice now?
No. The eye snaps towards Ruin. Just depends on how many you're willing to sacrifice. We take as much time as you need. And after all, time is all you have.
the longer you decide to take, each second is a life.
How long would it take you to revert if we made that choice?
Besides the spite and anger, instantaneous.
Wait, you said that you become a immature state. That doesn't mean personality, right? I mean, it would be
No.
bad if you become another Bio or something of this sort.
No. I retain who I am. The only difference, I lose any semblance of power I have. Every element of it was conjured and developed by Mother. By reverting, I will not know what I become next time. Every growth after that is dependent more so on the wielder, where I go, what powers I develop. That is unknown. The timetable disappears. You can never quantify this unknown.
Is
Robert sleep time.
is
That's a first.
is Bio and his child? I mean, I know he's young, but is he in
The
that
opposite.
form?
That is how he is. As a child. Can never quantify what his adult form would entail. He's never had room to grow. Never needed it. A single slice of his blade questions not exactly how healthy or strong you are. It questions your very existence. house do you have to grow besides that?
I'll just leave you guys to it if you want to.
You seem to want to withdraw. Do as you do. I cannot critique you. I can only judge from a distance. You're not my wielder. You don't need my criticism.
I need your help, though. So, whether you revert or not, I need your help regardless. I need both of your guys' help. Bile's out there because of me. And I can't do it alone to stop him. And every death that happens, that Bile does, is on my hand. Because of me, Mom's gone. Because of me, that woman and her kids are gone. And every second that I'm not spending stopping him is another life gone. So I need your help. I need all of your guys' help. I don't want these tragedies to keep piling up on me. Because I don't think I can handle it anymore.
As she says that, Mizell reaches out and takes her hand. Doesn't say anything, just holds it tightly as a reminder that Mizell's there for her.
Kind of just leans into Mizell and just hugs her.
You guys kind of have your moment. Go on.
Well, the decision's yours.
Mizell looks down at her right hand. And she thinks for a moment. I think I know this isn't what you want, Kingslayer. But I think it would be better for us to grow together.
Kingslayer's eyes solemnly just closes once. It lightly opens, like that recently woke up, partially open eye. Very well. That choice is made. There's that somber, really, really somber emotion as the air around you sullies. Summon me.
She holds out her right hand away from Rune and imagines the blade forming in her hand.
As you do so, go ahead and this is the part where John is supposed to remind me to use the willpower save. Lol.
Will save.
So you're a martial user. So the will save is
Constitution.
that. So just roll me a con save instead. Patch notes.
Oh,
So
15.
as you kind of do so, you imagine the blade as it stabs straight down the hilt around your hand. At this point, you haven't touched the blade. It's summoned in such a methodical way that it's literally about a millimeter outside of your touch. Kingslayer's eye cracks open just a little. It looks around. It looks over at Rune. You have the drive of a rather peculiar leader. Would have loved to see. He doesn't finish that sentence. He cranes his eye over towards Maisel. However we grow is entirely of your volition. Every choice you make. I no longer have any control. And I can no longer ridicule you. I am no longer as strong as a blade after. And therefore, I will be as weak as the ant I spoke about. He looks over towards you once more with this somber acceptance.
She pauses for a moment, and then in a as commanding a voice as she can muster, she just says, "We will get strong together."
You kind of do so. And at this point, the blade takes a second. It thinks. The eye fully closes downwards. Acknowledged. In that soft instance, the light from Kingslayer, the bright orange shield, strikes up and bolts towards the sky, all the way up, like a large beacon of light. As it spirals outwards, you have to physically hold your hand upwards in front of you, as this gleaming orange color showcased in front of you blinds you. You continue, and after a rather fast sequence, you see small beads of orange energy fly off and arc in different directions, flying through the material of the wood, disappearing like leaking energy. And as it does so, after that brief instant, you find a rather small small blade on the ground with an equally small sheath. Kingslayer.
She picks up the blade in the sheath. Does the sheath have like
A strap.
yes, of any kind?
No.
She looks at it for a moment. Looks at the strap that she's using for the malice dagger. And she cuts off a piece of that strap to tie the sheath to her right arm in the same manner that the malice dagger's on there.
You do so. It's a rather crude creation.
She holds out the blade and inspects it for a moment.
It's a really delicate creation. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but you see the ornate blade, a rather strange, bronzy, red-orange tint on it. It's so childlike compared to what you saw Kingslayer as. Just a whimsical small dagger. One you could even find at any pawn shop. You look at the back of the hilt. There's a small, really small eye. Currently closed. A sad pommel. But an accepting one.
Oh wow. She's a butter knife.
Ow.
Oh. She just says quietly, "Thank you," as she turns the blade in her right hand and slides it into the sheath.
You do so. It clicks in. There's no reply. Just accepting silence.
Shut up, Katie. Go get Alan before he gets sick.
Right.
He's already dead.
Well, you heard it here first, folks.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, she, runs out. And, she, kind of knocks on the door. Alan?
He opens the door with his mind.
Sploosh.
See,
He's like just looking at Rune.
sorry, something came up. Here, she gives him the clothes.
He takes it with his mind.
Man,
Sorry.
this kid's like learns about his levitation, just doesn't know how to act.
Mm-hmm.
She'll take this silence as he's angry. Okay.
He's like, it's okay. I'm just really cold.
I'm sorry again.
I'll be out soon.
And then she just walks. Kind of just looks at the bathroom door one more time before walking back into the room.
You do so.
So, how does he feel? Can you handle that?
She
Sorry.
she pulls the blade out of the sheath and just holds on to it in her with that same grip that Mimi taught her the other day. Or earlier
Wow.
that day?
Yeah, it'll be earlier today.
Yeah,
Because
Ra taught her the stance, but Mimi taught her the way to hold it.
no. She taught a different stance, and then Raw corrected it.
Made it objectively better.
She just looks at it, spins it in her hand once, so that she's holding it with the blade towards the bottom, coming out where her pinky finger is. It's better than a sword. It's something I'm used to. I wasn't expecting the shape. As she says that, she just sort of shows the Malice dagger on her left arm. But it's more suited to my abilities. She turns it around in her hand and slides it back into the sheath.
That's over.
Try not to refer him as an that. He used to be human too. Or humanoid.
I was referring to the actual blade, not to the soul inside the blade. If I'm talking about him, I'll refer to him.
Yeah. Okay. Since you didn't talk about the body. Never mind. Thank you, myself. For helping me get out the bile.
She smiles and gives Rune a hug. I will always help you.
I guess I'll ask Raw, see if he is gonna help or not. She's gonna just head out. Oh, and
So,
it's
is he valid?
once Alan gets out, then you take care. You know. And then she opens the door.
And he's right there.
Oh. Clean?
Whatever.
Prestidigitation.
What was that for?
Soaked.
Rune, cleaner of worlds.
Just in case you missed a spot. See, ruffles his hair.
Hey. Aw. Where are you going?
Gonna go talk to Ra.
He tilts his head a little bit. Is it something important?
It's we'll see.
He steps aside, but he's still watching Ren.
Yeah, it's see, prestidigitation the clothes on him just to clean him, and then see, just ruffles his hair again.
Why are you always doing that?
Because it's a habit.
Like, okay. He like shakes his head for trying to get his hair to go back the way it was.
You just remind me of someone.
He stares at her when she says that, questionably.
And she just smiles, and then she's gonna head down the stairs. And then she's gonna stomp on the stairs.
Stomp, stomp, stomp.
Red just kind of stops doing his sit-ups, looks up. The fuck?
I need to talk to you.
I'm busy. Continue sit-ups.
She's going to. How do you get down there? Wait, is he like? Is there an opening?
He teleports. He teleports.
So the bottom of the stairs is like there's fucked up bits and pieces that are kind of like broken parts in the wall. He just teleports through them. So, like the small slots.
Abaddon fix the stairs?
He fixed the hole in the stairs, but not like the small little chunks in them.
Like if you like pressed your face against the wall leading into,
he fixed
the
Mizell
like a
hole.
slit. You could probably like
Okay, well, she's gonna just sit on the stairs.
Sit check.
check.
Seriously?
No. Maybe, I don't know. Ask Andy.
I forgot what I asked you to do, so just
You
keep
said
going.
sit check.
You said sit check.
I said nothing of the sort. Go on.
Incorrect.
She sits down and then she's like, it's about Bio.
What about him?
He's killing people.
Are you surprised?
No, but it is my fault.
That doesn't surprise me either.
And I want to stop him.
Okay. Then do that.
I need your help.
Well, he kind of stops. Huh?
I need your help.
You sure I'm the person to be asking for this?
Yes, you have combat experience. You are strong and you're supposed to be training me, which you have neglected to do. So I'm asking for your help.
Maybe. Think about it.
It's just every second that you delay, someone's dying.
Yes.
And it doesn't bother you?
Not really. As long as that someone isn't me.
I mean, if you don't want to help, just say it.
Mm.
What are you doing?
Sit-ups.
Are you sure you're doing sit-ups?
Yes. What?
How do I know you're doing sit-ups and not something else?
You could probably see me through the stairs.
I don't want to look. It might be doing something else.
What else would I even be doing?
You don't know. What do you guys do with their free time?
Work out. At least most guys.
Well,
I mean, there probably is a pornum category for that.
I heard pornum.
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 so how should I do the sit-ups?
What?
How do I do the sit-ups?
Have you never done a sit-up?
I've messed around, but I don't know the proper way of doing it.
That statement physically hurts me.
Well, show me how it's done.
Ugh. This is where he kind of teleports out here, right beside the stairs. See him laying down, sit up position with his arms in the air. Remember this shit. Shit. So basically, sit like this. I have my arms in the air for a specific reason. Don't worry about that.
Oh,
But you're gonna want to put your arms behind your head like this.
Yeah. She does that.
And then you just want to bend your knees, and then use your core strength to pull your upper body until your elbows are over your knees, and then just slowly go back down.
How many times?
Yes.
I knew that was the answer that was coming.
We all knew it was coming.
You all knew.
Fucking yes.
Okay. And she's gonna start doing sit-ups.
Oh boy.
Athletics check. Sure. Roll me a D4, humor me.
Oh, you better min roll there.
You get through one. The second one, Ron just kind of, huh? And third one, you kind of do that thing where you kind of snake your body and bend it. You bend your way up. So it's not even a sit-up. You just kind of snake your way and force yourself up. As you kind of go down for the fourth one, you just kind of, and
At this point, Rod just looks up in the air. He stands up, hands still trembling. He points at you. Oh, that brings a tear to the eye. That was really bad.
You just started. You've been doing
See,
this for
that's your problem.
years.
See, that's your problem. You just started. That's disgusting.
You're supposed to be a trainer. You're not encouraging me very well.
If I wanted to encourage you, I'd get the stick.
Shouldn't be
What
hitting.
stick?
Damn. Mourns the loss of his stick. He suddenly looks really sad. He suddenly looks really sad.
roll the depression check.
Depression check. What do I roll for that?
Just roll D20.
D20.
Oh, great.
13.
You nearly avoid a stack of depression as you think about Rune fucking up the sit up.
Sit up got fucked up. Stick got fucked up. I'm livid.
Okay. So, is there an easier way to do this?
Easier way to do a sit up?
Yeah.
Like, you want me to teach you how to do a modified crunch? Ugh, that's disgusting.
A munch.
I don't know what that is, but sure.
It's a sit up, but worse.
Worse in a good way?
Worse in a you're a weak bitch.
Oh, let's start off with that. And then maybe I can work myself to regular sit up once I master the modified one.
You know what? That's respectable. All right. He kind of looks over to the table, like a chair.
There's a saw.
there's no chairs.
No, there's chairs. I'm just telling you, there's a saw.
Just
Is that
use the
comfortable
saw.
chair still there, or did Lily take it with?
Just use this.
Oh no, the comfortable chair. She took that back.
Okay.
Let's have some fun with this. He's gonna just walk over to get the chair. Sap looks towards you. And what are you doing?
Oh my god, Rob. Taking the chair. He just kind of pulls it with his foot, just keeping his arms away from it.
Why? Exactly?
He just points to Root. He just points to. She's a weak bitch.
Don't have to keep saying that.
It's the truth. Accept the truth.
You're an asshole.
I accept that truth. Just gonna pull the chair over. Just kind of kick it. Just gotta kick it towards her multiple times.
Yeah.
Like right here.
And I just sit in a chair?
Kind of. Okay, so he kind of sits in it, but he sits in it sideways, and he leans back.
Oh, this is what you were talking about. Gross.
That is gross,
What?
yeah. It is gross.
Why is it gross?
Cause it's the cheater's way out.
It's the Omega cheaters way. He shows her how to do it. Do that as many times as you can.
Okay.
Gets out of the chair.
And she sits in it.
It's a chair.
Okay. And I just lean back.
Far as you can go. And then back up.
She's gonna try.
How far back are you leaning?
Whoa. Wait.
Acro?
Athletics.
Well,
Damn, almost got me. Shit.
You get an advantage. You just get an advantage. No, it's not bad actually.
Huh. So, go ahead and roll me. Let's do casual 40-12. You'll probably low roll, so it's fine.
40-12.
It's gonna be a low roll,
actually.
so unless. Huh.
29.
It's gonna be a low roll. Rolls 2 11s.
Slightly upset, but okay.
You dug your own grave, you fool.
Yeah, I mean, you do manage to kind of like crunch them out. The first about 22 or so are pretty good, but after 23, you see a static drop in the pace. And the last final 4 are the saddest thing to watch crank out. And then at the 29th one, she just kind of clutches her abdomen and just like, ah.
You see that feeling? That's good. That means it's working. You must grow to love that feeling.
It hurts.
Yes, that's the point. Pain equals improvement.
You're not gonna tell me pain is weakness leaving the body, bro.
It literally is. At least the right kind of. It's either that or killing you.
That's not.
Oh, but yeah, just keep doing that.
Okay.
But
Okay, so that's sit-ups. What's next?
next, me, you asked how to do sit-ups. He does
Yeah,
the
but
air quotes.
what do you do after sit-ups?
It's core day. Core. You can't do any of the other shit I do.
What is core?
You don't know what the core.
Is that like
Okay.
the basics?
No. Talking about your abs.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't do any of the other.
How do you know? Like, I haven't even tried them yet.
I saw you try to do. You can't do.
I did pretty well in the sit-ups.
You did
The
3.
modified ones. The modified ones.
You did 3.
The modified ones.
You did 3 sit-ups.
It was technically 4.
No. The fact that I'm giving you 3, mirror. Honestly, hating myself.
Right, let me just try the other ones.
He just looks at you.
Just keep doing what you do and I'll try to copy.
How tall is the table?
What, 2 feet? I don't fucking know. Wait, it's a table. It doesn't make sense. It's table height. I'm not thinking about it.
Fucking big.
Usually tables are about 3 to 3.5 feet tall.
Yeah, so about 1.5 raw.
That's all I need. He just kind of walks over to the table.
And then Sop just
Gets
looks
on
at
top
you.
of it.
And what are you doing now?
I'm about to use this.
He just kind of slumps. Just looks at you. Am I intruding?
Nah. You can chill.
It's fine.
He just kind of sits there, lays there in deep thought. Very well.
I just kind of looks down at, turns around. He's gonna hang upside down, his calves up on the table. All right, so this
Is
is a
his head
hang.
touching? Is he just hanging and his head's not
His
even
head is
touching the
almost
floor?
touching. His head is almost touching.
Yes.
He's that short. So this is
Like, he's actually the perfect height to do that with a dinner table.
The
he just
min-max.
had,
Is that why you said I can't do that because I'm too tall?
he kind of looks at he fucking looks at you. No, because you don't have the core strength.
She's gonna try to do what he's doing.
Acrobatics.
Awesome.
Thump.
What are you hanging on?
You,
20.
you finagle yourself on the table, and at this point, Soph just looks at this entire exchange as he's also laying strewn across the table. So, with these shenanigans, I suppose I should move?
Nah, this is all the space we really need. Well, it's all the space I need. He looks at Rune.
I got this. It's fine.
As you
She
kind of
doesn't got this.
as you kind of just dangle downwards, you just kind of do so, and you realize height does matter. As you do eventually slump, and your head kind of hits the table, like not the table, the bottom, the floor, because you're a bit too tall.
It is a height thing. You're just shorter.
That might actually be better for you. Because it's easier.
Okay,
Anyway,
what am I doing?
core strength. He just kind of pulls himself upwards using his abs. Kind of almost perpendicular to the table. Just looks at you.
She's gonna try to do that.
Athletics.
This is negative.
That's what we've been expecting.
Yeah.
As you kind of take the time to try and crunch yourself upwards. Maybe it's just gravity's a bitch, but you can't lift yourself up. You're just kind of like liquid. Just your head, the back of your neck, and your curved back is just flat on the floor. Perhaps it's just natural. I mean, your abs still hurt, so probably doing it right.
It's burning.
So, how's it going down there?
I think it's working.
You have not moved at all.
But I feel the burn.
Because you can't do it. You're gonna go into muscle failures.
I'm gonna do at least one.
Bro, you're not gonna like the feeling that tell it.
Athletics check disadvantage. God damn. Where's that? Oh, god damn. Where's the advantage? As you kind of take the time to kind of attempt to lift yourself up, you kind of keep trying to snake your body, and your abs cramp even more. You just get that stinging sensation if you have to do something. Your body impulsively goes into that like primal drive, that hysteria strength, and just kicks your legs off the table, and you just kind of do like a pseudo back roll before you land on your ass on the floor. You just feel that intense knot. Intense. Like it's in.
First of all, no. Second of all, you can no longer job.
What?
Did you feel that knot? You went too far.
How do I undo the knot?
Wait. Either that or a massage.
I'm gonna try to massage it.
My brain's just trying to process this shit right now. The fuck's a massage check? It's either dexterity or...
That's like hybrid dexterity strength or something.
Sure. I'm not gonna think too much. My brain can't do that shit right now. Just roll me like a dexterity check.
14.
Yeah, you kind of do so. You take your hand and you kind of clutch around in your abdomen. You feel around and you feel spaces where it's kind of tender. And then you reach parts that are like, let's not touch that. And you kind of massage around, and it's a really, really weak massage that's really hard to do because since you like have a human body, every time you touch somewhere that actually hurts, your body's just like, nah, let me just turn that off real quick. And suppresses the strength of it. So you don't actually get anywhere. You kind of need the dough, but really badly.
Jesus Christ, that's a terrible. Really out.
How do you deal with this?
Do what?
It's pain.
Oh, it's been always been there. He just kind of flips off. Wait, fuck.
Why do you hate me, Raw?
What?
Why do you hate me?
Why shouldn't I?
I'm a nice person.
That's been something I've been debating. Either you're actually a nice person, just as stupid as you are, or you're an actual evil. And I still haven't decided.
So you hate me because I'm stupid?
Perhaps. Either that or the evil.
What do you want me to do?
Kind of looks at you. What kind of question is that?
What should I do? Like, with the house, with everything, with the whole bio situation, it's just... I'm so lost.
Just kind of kicks over the chair. Kind of sits down with it. That's a question. Why are you asking?
Because I just need help. And I'm just grasping at straws, just hoping somebody can help. Just pull this weight off of me.
Me and you are very different. I'm not really sure my advice was conducive to you in general.
Stop cutting it out.
Damn. Hold up.
I just.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure my advice would be conducive to you as a person. Mostly because I'm not even sure you'd be able to follow through with it.
Try me.
What the fuck is that?
It sounds like one of those massage wand things.
Oh,
Oh god.
I
That
guess
is my
there is no
computer's
massage.
fan.
Guess there
That's
is
my
no
computer's
massage
fan.
device.
The fuck is wrong with your computer's fan?
It's fucking loud and my mic is fucking sensitive. Okay, is that, can you still hear it?
When
It's
you,
fine.
When you speak, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
It's fine. You're not cutting out anymore.
Alright.
instead, you just hear his words become massage machines.
He starts massaging his own abs.
Yeah, he uses his words and starts massaging his abs with them.
But, my advice would be pretty simple. Deal with it.
Do what?
You know, just deal with it. Anything that's a problem, make up a plan to deal with it, and then deal with it.
I know, but last time I made a plan, you and Saffron were very against that plan.
Yeah,
And
that's
you
'cause your
called
plan
me
sucked.
stupid because. Okay, so how do I make a better plan then? How do I know what's the right thing to do?
You see, problem though. You might think it's the right thing to do, but it's probably not because it's you. But in general, life advice. If you make a wrong decision, say, I've made a wrong decision. I know, crazy, right? But it doesn't happen often, especially not anymore. But it has happened. What I did I do? Oh, nothing.
Nothing?
Literally nothing you can do to change the past. There's no reason to even try. And beating the shit out of yourself for a mistake you will not.
We got out.
Fuck. Beating the shit out of yourself for a mistake you made will not help you. Make a mistake, I say you focus all of your energy onto fixing it instead of, feeling sorry for yourself.
Okay. Now, you want to fix this problem. I let Bio out, and maybe we're gonna have to fight him.
That's a
Right?
possibility.
And I know he's strong. And I'm not. But it is my responsibility. Because I let him out.
I guess.
Is it... I want to go after him, but how do I know that's the right choice? He wants me to come after him.
It's because he's fucking insane.
What would you do?
I mean, I could go after him.
And try to stop him?
Yeah, but probably for different reasons than you.
Will you help me?
Huh?
Go after him.
I just kind of looks up, closes his eyes. Nah. I'll just go after him myself.
He killed Mother.
Yes.
And you think you can handle him by yourself?
Not right now, but later.
Why don't you trust us? To cover you.
Well, I never really had a reason to. But earlier, Mimi said something pretty poignant to me. I kind of took to heart. She says, when you're not strong enough, you need other people. And as such, if I need other people, that means I'm weak. Which means I just have to get stronger. Simple as that.
So you just cut everybody out and just get stronger yourself.
Basically.
Can I ask you something?
Sure, I guess.
How come you're still here?
Hmm?
Why do you hang around? I mean,
I'm
it
here.
seems like you don't want to be here. Yeah,
I came here
there's
with
no
my
one.
volition. And as such, I'm gonna stay here.
I know, but before you wanted to leave. And now that nobody's keeping you here, you're deciding to stay.
It was more like Leah threatened to kill me. I was like, find somewhere else so that I can get strong, come back and smack her and take her house. But now she's dead. So I'm taking her house.
Let me see. So you want to defend this house then?
Yes.
I know I'm not strong, but I can help you. Like, if you got hurt, I can heal. I got your leg back, didn't I?
It's also mostly your fault that it got, cut off. Sure.
It was it was in a bad shape. You impaled it and tore it, the muscle. There's no way that leg was going to be saved without magic.
I mean, you're right. But, point being,
Yes, okay. Yeah, it was my fault. It's my fault. You lost your leg. It was my fault that we lost someone. And because I made a bad decision.
Yeah, you tend to do that.
How come you don't want to be the leader? Just lead everybody.
These people don't like me. What?
I've been doing right. You don't believe that.
No. But they like you. That's the difference.
Right. You seem to be knowing what you're doing, though. And I think
Yes.
people need somebody who knows what they're doing.
It's more like if I tried, they wouldn't listen to me. And if they would come to me with like emotion problems, I just look at them.
Okay. But you helped myself.
I mean, yeah,
You helped Alan.
that one wasn't that was an accident.
At least you admitted it. Bless you.
Oh. I just you shouldn't take on everything by yourself. Like, yeah, I'm not physically strong. I know that. But I know magics. I know ways to make up for the strength I don't have. Yes, my punches don't hurt, but I can amplify it with magic. So it does hurt. I have other ways of fighting.
Is that so? Then show. He just kind of stands up, walks over you.
You want me to hit you?
Or zap me or whatever.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you positive?
Yes.
Okay.
Right before you do, he kind of looks down at his fucking bloody ass arm. Oh, right. Breathe. He's gonna
Fucking hormone.
He breathes. The wounds on his arm close. All right, I'm ready.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do
Nice.
it.
Okay.
Okay. She just conjures this kind of just like white, like lightning kind of like energy in her hand, and she's going to point it at you. and he uses sacred bolts. You have to make a dex
He's not
save.
gonna. He's gonna fail it.
You take
7.
7.
You gotta fucking shoot that out. Kind of smacks into his abs. He looks down. He looks back at you. Please tell me that wasn't it.
That was not my strongest move, no, but I was afraid I might actually hurt you. So
That's slightly insulting. Hit me with your strongest attack.
Hold for laugh.
uh, are you sure?
Yes.
Oh god. Okay. Okay. She's going to cast this at lightning.
Roll the damage. Roll the damage.
That is 86. Okay. 8d6. That's a low roll.
Oh. He just kind of spreads his arm out so his hands don't get hit. He kind of conjure that lightning bolt. Just goes all around him. Wicking across his body. He just looks down, looks at his robes, looks at you. Wow. That's okay.
What?
That wasn't good. Like, I've seen people use that spell. That was particularly terrible.
That would kill almost people I would know.
You've killed people with that? Wow, that's insulting.
No, I haven't killed anybody. I'm just saying that would kill people. It's lightning.
I've killed a lot of people. That wouldn't kill most people.
Okay.
Just kind of sighs. Just almost wipes his forehead. Remembers his hands. Wipes it with his forearms. Man. I'm actually sad. That actually saddened me. Made me sad. How do you feel?
How does that make you sad?
That was terrible. I was like, I was gonna teach you a stance that would let you cast and sword at the same time, and then you insult the stance, and then you show me that. Disgusting.
Insult the stance.
Weird monkey stance. He just glares at you.
Okay. It's it just felt weird. I
That's
mean,
because you've never done it before.
I didn't mean to hurt your feelings about it. It's just,
That's the fucking point of an insult. What do you mean?
I'm not insulting you though.
How is that not an insult?
It was, it, it was just me whining.
You'll stop doing that.
I, it's just, I'm not really a fighter.
Well, that's a problem. Because, you're in Blood March right now.
I didn't know about, I mean, I knew that there were some bad eggs in Blood March, but I mean, I didn't know it was that bad until I got here. But I didn't care because I came here for starting a new family. I'm sure that's why you came here, too.
No.
Wait, so why did you join the family? Why did you come here?
Free food.
Free. What free food?
So,
All I saw is you eating rations most of the time.
where do you think I've got the ration? There's actually quite a lot of food here in Blood. You just gotta look in the right places.
Then you need to help us, Raul. Like, help us find these things, because I went out there and we found baby food.
Baby food?
Yes, for infants.
What? Where did you find baby food?
I'm pretty sure it came from Abaddon, but it was for another family.
Well, that's fucking weird. Wait, if it
you
was for another family, why did you have it?
It was a family that Bile dispatched.
Are their dead bodies still there?
Yeah.
1/4.
Huh?
That is 1/4 of the food that is in Blood March.
Wait, the bodies?
Yep.
No, we're not
1/4.
gonna eat bodies.
You're not gonna eat bodies.
Like, I'm not gonna get into what the scary stories I heard about drows, but
You heard scary stories about drows, huh? All of them are true.
So you are the minority then?
Up here, yeah.
Oh, because in the drow society, you know, it's a matriarch.
Oh, yeah. Being a dude.
And you target humans to eat humans?
Not really. It just happens sometimes. I have rations now, so I don't really do that anymore.
I heard stories of drows just coming out at night and kidnapping people to eat them.
Oh yeah, they do that.
but it's mostly just humans. Not really any other. I mean, sometimes you do other races, but they mostly just go after humans.
It's usually just whatever's around. Humans are a particularly favorite target, but none more than elves. I fucking hate elves, especially high elves.
But you're an elf yourself.
Yes, but I'm a drow.
And you hate the sunlight.
Oh yeah, that thing sucks. How do you deal with that?
It's the main source of light. Even you guys need it time to time.
The Underdark is mostly dark, so plus we got the eyes for that. Just kind of taps his head.
Yeah, you guys have your dark vision, but you can't see in true darkness.
I guess. Wait, what were we even talking about?
All the scary things about. I just got off track. It's
Before
just.
that. Oh, right.
I'm not gonna eat people.
Well, if you're not gonna do that, then it's either ransack other houses, hunt wildlife, or go after storehouses.
Storehouses?
Storehouses.
Warehouses.
And that's fine. Like wildlife, or like I prefer wildlife, so you're not out there.
The wildlife will kill you.
Oh, my zone knows a spot where we can find normal fish.
Then the other people there would kill you.
Well, that's where you come in. You kick their butts, and they were like, "Oh no, we don't want to mess with these guys. This drow is a good fighter."
Rob blinks at you. Why would I even go there? I have rations.
Oh, you only have a limited supply of rations.
He just smiles at you.
Jeez. She goes over to check the cabinets.
You see another question mark? He just looks at you. Huh. I wonder what that's doing in there.
Where are you getting these rations from? I mean, you do realize it's dangerous going out there, right?
I lived out there for like months. Yes, I know.
And you rather us go out there knowing that we could die?
That's your fault. I'm just protecting the house.
Do you care about anybody here?
He kind of looks at Seth. Why should I?
Never mind.
Right. What time is it right now, Andy?
Andy's dead.
Oh, he's dead. Raj just kind of looks at his wrist. He doesn't have a watch. Oh, you look at the time. He just stands back up.
More training.
He just starts stretching. If anything fucks and the house is threatened, I'll be under the stairs.
She's gonna go back up the stairs.
Oh fuck. Yoga.
She's gonna check the bathroom. Myzel.
You don't hear anything in the bathroom.
And she walks into the room. You didn't get. You're not in the bath.
She looks away from Alan and up at Rune. I'm sorry. We had to talk. She
And
stands up,
Am I
gently pats
interrupting?
Alan on the head. We were just finishing, I think.
Alan isn't saying anything. You can see that he had a tear down his cheek.
She just leans forward and kisses his forehead as she turns around and steps towards the door. Don't forget, we care about you. She steps out and goes into the bathroom.
You don't need my help, right?
I should be fine.
Well, I'm here if there's a problem.
Okay. I'll let you know.
And she looks into the room at Alan.
He hasn't moved from where he's standing.
You okay?
I know what you're gonna do.
And what do you think?
Honestly, I don't know. But what I do know is that I want to go.
Do what?
That I want to go help you.
It's gonna be really dangerous, Alan.
I know it is. It's gonna be dangerous for everyone.
I want to protect you, though. And I don't know if I can out there.
You're just gonna leave me?
No, I'll be back.
What if you don't come back? If Mai didn't tell me, you would have all just left me.
No. You wouldn't have. I just
Then
need
why do you
everyone.
never tell me anything? I know I'm just a child.
I don't want to worry you. I, I just want you to be happy. And I'm afraid if you get hurt, I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want to put you in danger. Like, I just want you to just live a normal life. And I know
Period.
that's
This is
probably asking.
not normal. We're not living somewhere normal. I know you mean well, but it can't happen. I'd rather be worried than find out that you're sneaking behind my back.
I was gonna tell you.
Were you?
I was gonna make sure everybody was behind it before I go to you. Because I know that we do need all the help we can get. Because Bile said he's gonna take everything away. And that means this family.
Then shouldn't that be more of a reason for me to help? Because I care about this family too.
Maybe I was just being selfish and protecting you. Because you do remind me of someone. And I don't want to lose them again. And I know you're not the same person. That feeling's still there.
I told myself that I need to get stronger. Because it's not just because I live in Blood March. Not just because I want to protect this family. But it's also because I have an inner battle that I have to be ready for.
You're gonna get stronger. You will.
Then will you include me in things?
Yes. You will.
He's gonna come up and he's gonna hug Rune around her waist. Thank you for trying to protect me. But please, I want to do the same for everyone.
I'm sorry.
He nods his head as if an acceptance for her apology.
You'll be the first to know for every decision they make.
I don't mind if it's not me being the first. I just want to be included and not be shielded away just because I'm small.
I think you're taller than Ra.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
No, seriously. Yeah, I think you're taller than her.
See, kind of just measures him. Like, how tall is
He is 4'7".
he? Yeah, you're taller than Raw. Raw's like, what, 4'2"?
Huh. Then I guess you need to tell me things now. I'm not the smallest. He looks kind of proud at that.
You're strong. Yeah. I'm
Thanks.
gonna look to you too. Like,
That makes
as
him
I-
smile.
So, would you protect me and allow me to protect you?
Yeah, that's exactly what I want.
And she just hugs him.
Are you double hugging me?
I am.
Okay.
Hug you tight.
Well, you know, is this your tightest hug?
I know I'm weak. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's just, I don't know. It's adorable.
Oh, it's so adorable. You're bear hugging me. Just like-
Hey, thank you though. I just want to be included.
It's pie o'clock.
Huh?
It's pie o'clock.
Pie o'clock?
Never mind. It's too late.
Oh, I see it. I saw it. Ugh. What did Ross say, by the way?
He's a dick.
He says you what?
That he wants to do it by himself, but we're not gonna let him.
Hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, he's stuck with us, so.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't like it, we aren't gonna let him go by himself.
Bold of you to assume you could keep up.
I will catch you.
I'll just cast slow on him and then I'll just haste.
He's pretty fast, though. We gotta do it when he's not looking.
I heard that.
We don't hear you, though.
That's the magic of it.
But I'll keep training. Ross training, it's really helping me. I feel like I'm slowly gaining more power. I just need to understand it better.
And I'm training too. Just had a full workout with Raw.
I can't wait to see you swing the sword.
I know how to swing a sword. You saw me use
Raw
the
gains
sword
10
before.
headache levels.
You saw me use the sword and with Biles.
Did I?
Yeah, you you saw.
Okay. I'm sorry. I think since then I've had a lot happening. I probably need to remember that. He like taps his head a little bit.
That's fine. It was a crazy day.
Crazy couple days. And they're just getting crazier.
Oh, that's fun words for you.
I've learned a saying. Oh well. Really thank you. And Maisa didn't want me to go either, but I didn't really get an answer from her.
You're coming.
Okay.
Besides, you can probably pick Battle up and throw him across the world or something.
If it were that easy.
You did it with me.
I mean, I wasn't trying.
Well, let's try next time. It's better to keep using it so you can get used to it.
Yeah, but I noticed the more I use it, he got weaker. I mean, it wasn't affecting me, but I could see him. He looked tired, and he looked like he was fading now and then when I lastly had him open the door. It felt like it was alive, but then it wasn't. It did everything I told it to do, or at least tried. It would get confused. And it's just... I don't know. I mean, I still have the spiders in my head. They're alive. Gift from friend. And now I have this. If they have a mind of their own, I would like to know. I mean, I could try talking to it. He's like talking to himself now. Maybe I just need to try that tomorrow.
Yeah. Yo, I believe he can do it. He'll be stronger than don't die.
That's what I plan to do. I'm gonna be ready. He's going to let her go. And what time is it right now?
It's probably like
It's 10 o'clock.
It's 10 o'clock.
Oh,
okay.
10.
I read that here, but I didn't know if you meant that literally. I mean, I think after that bath, I'm a little tired.
Right.
Get in bed.
See, just guides him over towards the bed.
I'm gonna remember something again.
Do you remember anything from last night?
I saw bottles. And I saw a friend. And he held his staff. And he asked me if I was sure of what I wanted. Would I assume it was to wipe my memory? I answered yes, and with that, he told me I would forget everything, including him, and then he touched my head, and after that, I woke up.
Well, I'm here if the dreams or memories become too much.
You're not gonna sleep through it again? I mean, I won't hold it against you. This happened 4 in the morning.
I'll try not to sleep through it. It's just I went to sleep late and I just didn't get enough sleep.
Sleep is important. So you need to sleep, get enough sleep, or else you are gonna miss out on things that happen. Or I'll just wake you.
Alright, she
And you will
prestidigitation herself.
you will deal with it.
You're not gonna pick me up, right? Just
He pretends to contemplate it. He's not gonna answer because he's not gonna let her know what he's gonna do with her or not, so she can think about it.
Helen?
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna pick me up, right?
It's time to sleep. Have a good night. And he has like this big smile on his face.
I'm gonna pinch his cheek.
Hey!
He goes and taps his, she pats his cheek and stuff, and then she do I still have the water running?
How's Maisel doing?
Badger. Oh god, is that a triple kill?
Oh my. Maisel.
BRB, like 20 minutes.
Alright.
Rain's gonna get into bed. And she's going to...
Oh, okay. 2 minutes. What can we do in 2 minutes? What was Ra doing?
What do you think he's doing, brother?
He's doing what guys do.
He's gonna teleport out. There's nothing under the stairs. Gonna go on top of the stairs and just hang from him. He's gonna do hanging crunches for 8 straight hours.
Jesus Christ.
And that's it.
Are you gonna do like
What do
the
I,
whole...
what do I roll, Andy? Nothing. He can't tell me.
Oh my god. I mean, he can still type to you. But are you gonna do like the time when you were like exercising, but you were sleeping, so you're just...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Transfercising. Powerful.
It's a thing now.
Oh, hold up. I'm about to see if Eddie's still awake. Hold up.
Okay.
He's twerking out.
As Jonathan's gonna figure out how Andy's doing, what's Myzel doing?
She's ah. She's probably finished with her bath by now. She makes her way back
Okay.
into the room, dressed this time.
Sweet, no naked ladies.
The towel is wrapped around her hair.
Yeah. Your dress. Wait. Is it the same dress?
It's the only dress she has.
Alright. I mean,
Yes,
I
it's
forgot
the
where
same
I
dress.
where did I put her? The dress she came in. Is it still in the torture room?
No, that's the one that got.
That's the one that was ripped
That's
up.
that's the bathtub stopper.
Did he
And he's
die
alive
again?
after he died.
Oh, hey.
I don't
Oh,
believe you.
she kind of like
Look at your ass.
kind of just
Stupid.
gestures you to come closer.
She stands next to Rune.
And she puts her hand on your clothes, and then she casts prestidigitation on it to clean them. I just don't want you guys to get all comfortable with me using prestidigitation. You guys should take baths. You know, just in case I'm not here.
She kind of frowns at that, thinking of the implications of that statement. She looks over at Alan. Is he still awake?
Yeah, he just got in bed and he has this huge smile on his face though. They'll know.
Seeing the smile, she decides not to say what she was thinking of saying.
I'm gonna go sleep now, guys.
See.
Sure you didn't, Andy.
No, I'm fucking serious. Like, I heard white noise. Like, Katie was still fucking talking.
And you died.
I don't
Just
believe
answer,
you.
He
answer my
he
question.
says in just woke up voice.
Exactly. Answer my question, Andy. Prove me wrong.
What?
You know
Answer
damn
my
well
question.
it's an athletics check, dude.
How many?
For 8 hours? What? 3? 4?
Andy didn't answer the question.
Andy,
Come
just
on,
confirm.
Andy.
8 hours,
Confirm.
4 athletics checks.
What?
That's a yes.
Holy shit.
We just let him sleep.
Say
just let him
yes.
sleep.
Say yes or no. Say yes or no.
What?
Say black or chains.
I don't believe you. What fucking time is it? What the fuck is 5:30?
You still didn't answer the fucking question.
I'm gonna grab that baton. Do 4 fucking athletics checks.
Hey. Thank you, Asher. Jesus.
Just let
Damn.
him. Just no.
The worst
Magic.
part is,
Did that not roll?
God, I can't even say my comeback right now because my brain.
That's okay,
You don't
Andy.
get one.
I don't blame you.
You don't get one. Those are some nice apples.
It's late, and we finally decided to RP.
Correction. It's really early.
Okay, it's super early.
Nah,
Oh,
this is
God.
late for us.
Is that the sun? Jonathan, put the sun away, you bitch.
The fuck you talking
fucking
about?
know
The
I
sun's
can't do
barely
that.
out even for us Eastern timers.
Just color outside. I don't need it.
Close your fucking house, dude. What do you mean?
You see, Corona already did that.
Then you should be fine.
Night.
Oh
Wait,
God, yeah,
wait,
he's singing
is Katie
again.
actually leaving?
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Yeah,
good night,
time to call
Katie.
this session.
Fucking Rune goes to sleep. Myzel goes to sleep. Alan goes to sleep. Ra does crunches. That's all you need to know.
Goes to sleep while doing crunches.
Ra just twerks it out all night.
Never fucking say that again.
What, Ra twerks it out?
Bye, Katie.
And every time he twerks, it's like ooh ooh ooh.
Stop! I will fucking destroy both of you. My patience is thin in this space time.
Every once in a while, it's an oh instead of ooh.
Listen. Listen. Actually, stop.
I like how Katie did it like 7 times and Atra does it once. He's like, wait, sexism.
Both of y'all are on thin ice. The fuck?
Bitch, I'm always
Damn.
on thin ice.
That's your fault.
Both of you would assume the ice still exists with global warming.
Damn. Yeah, Sweet Skate's getting pretty thin.
We got lots of role playing.
I wouldn't know.
I know.
Whose fault is that?
Time.
Yours.
What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, we started role playing at like the latest and earliest time, and Andy was like, "Okay, they're finally role playing," and I mean, I got nothing to do, so he just fell asleep.
Oh no, it's literally like the last thing I remember hearing was Katie was like, I'm double hugging you, and I'm like, oh, this is about to go in circles, and I turned my brain off.
It actually didn't.
And then I just assumed
Bruh.
that everything else was gonna be like, I wasn't needed, so the bed's comfortable.
Bro, it was literally
So
just
the
the fucking
bed's
athletics
comfortable.
checks.
I promise you, it didn't go as a cycle, and I don't blame you. You should go to sleep.
Shut up. Don't tell me what to do.
Andy, go to
Bro.
sleep.
Shut the fuck up, Atra.
Andy, go to sleep.
Bye, Bubble.
Yeah.
Bye, Bubble.
Bye.
Hi.
Meow.
Meow.
Oh god. I'm assuming
Jesus
that's
Christ.
what the sesh sounded like.
It actually didn't.
Doubt.
Yeah.
Atra confirmed.
After Rune went upstairs, that's what it was.
That's what I fucking thought.
No.
It's literally just Katie and Gladys interaction. Damn, is that how me and Robert banter sounds like?
Damn.
Nah. You and
no.
Robert is.
No, it's more
I'm a bitch,
melodramatic.
but what if you weren't?
Exactly. And either of you could be either person.
Pretty much.
Meanwhile, Katie and Gladys, I support you. K, now support me more. K, now I support you. K, I'm gonna support you more. K.
Yeah, I'm
Pretty
breaking
much.
that cycle. It's just